few weeks ago, I wrote about an experience I had while teaching music at a school that I was working at. A child in one of my classes had seen someone walking into the music room, whom I did not see, and later, I saw a child, which I later realized was a ghost, standing by the light switch. I have been to this school several times and wanted to do an update. The first time I went back since I saw the apparition, I was really nervous, and I had to relax because I knew that my imagination could start playing tricks on me. Once I got there, I was a lot more relaxed, and I just went with the flow of the day. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at first, although I was walking down the hallway, I felt someone touch me in the middle of my back. It almost felt like a light, slight push. I thought it was a student, so I turned around, but no one was there. That was the only thing that happened. The next time I went, I once again was worried about what would happen, but to my surprise, nothing occurred whatsoever, and I was actually able to just teach and enjoy the day with the students. Today I went back to this school, and to tell you the truth, I didn't think about ghosts at all. I have really been enjoying the students and staff, and it's become one of my favorite schools to teach at. Also, today we got hit with a really nasty snowstorm, so I was more worried about the roads being slick. Anyway, I got there with no problems, and during lunchtime I was enjoying a potato bar that was set up for the teachers. I was also talking with one of my staff about all the snow that we were getting and if the roads would be slick later on. As I was leaving the staff room and heading to the classroom, I thought to myself, I wish I could just teach here full time. And I swear, out of nowhere, I heard a child's voice as clear as day saying, "We don't have any full-time jobs here at the moment. Sorry." I turned around. The only person I saw was a little girl. She was looking straight up at me and then ran quickly into the bathroom. I don't know if she's the one who said it, but still, how did she read my mind? I'm not 100% sure if she was a real student or another apparition. She ran into the bathroom really fast as I made eye contact. Can ghosts read minds? Later, I was in the library talking to the librarian while kids were at recess. There were a few kids there checking out books, and then they headed back to go outside. As the librarian was showing me a project she was doing with the second graders, Christmas cards for soldiers serving in Iraq, I saw a little girl peeking out in between the computers. I just assumed that it was a kid who was still checking out books and had gotten on the computer card catalog. But when I looked again, no one was there. The only people in the library were me, the librarian, and her assistant. They were admiring the cards the second graders had made, so didn't see what I saw. I even said, "Where did the little girl go?" And the librarian answered, "The kids are all out at recess." The computers are in the middle of the library, so there's no way a child could have ran out the door without me seeing her. By the way, the library and the music room are on opposite sides of the building. The place where I felt the hand on my back and heard the voice in the hallway is nearest the library. Nothing else happened the rest of the day, and I didn't linger long after school because of the snowstorm. Anyway, I will be back at this school next week. It's on my regular route now, so I'll see if anything happens again. It is funny that one day where I completely didn't worry or even think about seeing ghosts is the day when I see them. Odd. I want to preface this by saying that I know this story is going to upset people, but since it's my story, I think we can all agree that it upsets no one more than me. So here goes. My mom had a rough childhood. A psychologist might suggest her hoarding of animals and things were to compensate for the attachment issues my grandparents ingrained into her character as a child. She exhibited unhealthy coping habits as an adult because her needs weren't met when she was young, and therefore she didn't possess the knowledge within her to be a tentative mother when it was her turn to raise me. She made childish decisions while being manically impulsive and explosive with her emotions. Adult tantrums louder than my kid voice could scream showed me that screaming doesn't fix things. I watched her do that with people at the store, people on the phone, and with me, unable to separate volume from valid points. This personality type often doesn't make a lot of friends, and the ones that she did have had issues of their own that made my mom look great in comparison, or enabled and ignored her behavior because they felt sorry for us. Never being shown real love through loyalty, my mom gravitated towards rescuing abused dogs and cats that she'd find on the streets or one of her friends' boyfriends needed to get rid of. And that's how we got William. He was a Rottweiler mix that was beaten and starved by the old owner. My naive mom didn't believe her boyfriend could be equally as cruel to her. When they broke up, she kept William. The guy actually just left William with us and never came back. I didn't like that dog. The hostile environment it was raised in made William naturally aggressive. We had a futon that he'd crawl under with my toys. The first time I'd gotten on my hands and knees to retrieve them, he waited under the futon while I got real low and stretched my arm in as far as I could. I had one of my toys in my hand when William attacked me. His teeth sunk into my forearm and almost broke it. His bites were so fast, it was a matter of seconds, but that was enough for William to get my arm real good. Enough that my mom reluctantly had to drive me to the hospital and get stitches. Before we got there, she told me to tell the doctors I was attacked by a neighborhood dog. From what my mom told me about William, he'd been beaten so bad, he had brain damage. It was a deeply saddening situation that my mom had rescued him from, but in her efforts, she'd brought a danger into our home, and I began to think that he was possessed more than brain damage. He wasn't a dumb dog. Most of the time, William was calm and timid, and then like that, he'd snap. His tail would freeze, and he'd start shaking his body like his fur was wet. The shake would last close to 20 seconds, and then William would freeze, start rolling his head in slow, full circles. Most noticeably, the fur would stand different on his body. I only saw him do the shake thing once, but I knew to stay away from William when I saw all the hair look prickly and stuff. The change was subtle, but the things he did in this altered state felt more deliberate. In the morning before school one morning, I was getting ready to leave for the bus. My backpack was missing from where I'd put it. I start rushing around the house looking for my backpack. When I enter my bedroom, the lights are off. I trip over something large laying right inside the doorway of my room. I faceplant and feel my backpack under me. Then William gets a hold of my left leg, starts tugging my leg like a chew rope. The pain is sharp. The receptors in my brain are instantly alarming my body with jolts of pain as William takes bite after bite of my leg. I try pulling away. I even tried slapping his head, but he wouldn't let go. William didn't growl or bark. He didn't snarl. His attack was intentional. Like noise was for intimidation, and he knew I was way beyond afraid of him. My bedroom window faced the street opposite of my front door. I can hear the school bus going from left to right, getting ready to turn down the road in front of my house. William also hears the bus, his ears tilted back, and he drops my leg from his mouth, walks away like nothing happened. The bites weren't hospital level. My jeans were torn and I was bleeding, but only in spots and not profusely. My mom also wasn't home that morning. I knew my only chance to get an adult to look at my injuries would be to get to my bus stop. Grabbing my backpack with me as I got up, it hurt to put a lot of weight on that leg. Somehow, though, I managed to get myself all the way out the door, locking it behind me into my bus, just as it was about to close its doors. The bus driver looked at my pants and then looked at me. It wasn't his job, nor did he have the proper medical equipment available on the bus. We both knew this, and without a word to each other, I took my seat and the bus continued picking up the rest of the children. Once I got to school, I went straight into the nurse's office. This wasn't the first time I'd been attacked by this neighborhood dog. I knew they were getting suspicious of how repetitive these injuries were. They asked if I had a dog at home. I was only allowed to talk about the 3 small dogs we had. Those dogs my mom took everywhere with her. The bite marks on my leg were far too big for dogs those size to inflict. I was never allowed to speak of the dysfunctions inside my home. The physical altercations I'd witnessed between my mom and her boyfriends, her alcoholism. I was brainwashed into having a mindset that it was us against the world. She's all I got, and I was all she had. I had no power over the situation I was in, and I coped the best I could with what I thought was normal. My clothes were dirty, and classmates would bully me about the way I smelled. I couldn't smell myself, so I didn't know what to do. This sad memory I'm mentioning specifically because on the day I decided to teach myself how to use the washer and dryer, I knew from commercials that there were things that you had to put into the washer to make your stuff smell good. We didn't have any of those things in our house. A single box of some generic detergent laid sideways on the closed lid of the washer. It was empty. That empty box smelled how I wished my clothes did. I set the box on the ground and replaced it with a handful of dirty clothes that I'd collected. Stuffing as much as I could into the top loader, I forced the lid back down and pressed start on the washer. Our laundry room was a little room that enters from a door in the kitchen. It felt like the temperature dropped when I turned to leave the laundry room area, and when I did, William was sitting on the other side of the kitchen, blocking the only way out into the rest of the house. His teeth are showing, like he's snarling, but the kitchen's completely quiet. To my right, the kitchen sink turns on full blast. The noise and spray of the mist against my shoulder shocks me. I flinch for a second, and in that blink, William, sitting in the same position, same scary face, is now sitting a few feet closer in the kitchen, off the dining room carpet now, and fully onto the linoleum. An almost crippling wave of anxiety fills my chest. Then, the faucet handle started flipping up and down, turning the water back and forth from on to off, and then back on again. The droplets landing on me were gradually becoming hotter until it felt how bacon grease did when I'd cook it in the pan. Steam had also started to slowly fill the kitchen where we stood. Its diameter was probably 5 by 12. It was narrow. The floor plan only comfortably allowed one person in there to move freely. I had to divert my attention from William over to the faucet, and when I grabbed the metallic curved handle, it was hot. There was a force moving the faucet handle, though. I felt it move when my palm first grasped it, before pulling. It almost slipped up from my hands. It gave me the terror sensation like a nest of spiders had hatched in between my fingers, but instead, it was something that I couldn't see, pushing and pulling the handle around. When my hand grabbed it, the pressure lightened and increased like it had bumped something and tried again. Then it stopped and I pulled down. It had to be fractions of a second that this all happened. Grab handle, gross feeling, push handle off. I stepped back from the sink and quickly looked down again to see that William had moved a few tiles closer. I'd memorized exactly where he was, and it was only 2 tiles closer at most, but I didn't know how. I didn't know why he was doing this to me. I was cornered with no way out. The house phone, it was behind William, at the end of the kitchen counter. We both stood in the kitchen having a staring contest. As the steam dissipated, it rapidly cooled down again, and the mist that was once burning my skin had turned into an extra layer of cold for me to contend with. William opened his mouth like he was going to yawn, but he didn't close back down. He sat completely still, with his mouth wide open. Warm tears quickly added to the uncomfortable chill I was experiencing. William was easily my size or larger. He definitely outweighed me and outstrengthened me. The light switch to the kitchen is just outside the kitchen on the wall that is shared with the dining room. It makes a snap noise when you move the single panel switch. When the light starts flickering above, I can hear the snapping sound, just like the faucet. It starts turning on and off and on, and the next time that it turned off, the snapping sound stopped and the light stayed off. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. It was like I was watching what I was seeing from the backseat of a car. I couldn't move. I could only witness what was happening around me like a movie. I was fear-stricken, but a low sound, quiet even in the silence, was able to pull me back into my body and away from the helpless fog. I heard William growl for the first time. It was a deep rumble that was broken up almost like caveman grunts. I screamed and hopped backwards onto the washer. I turned on the small light that only illuminated the laundry room. Anything past that line was completely dark. Along with the stuttered grunts, I could hear the nails on William's paws click on the linoleum. The sound grows until they're just outside the light. I could barely see him with the limited light that reflected off his chest fur, his muzzle that was now shut, and his eyes. There was something wrong with his eyes. There was no doubt in my mind that he could easily reach me from the top of the washer. At any moment, he was capable of dragging me off of the washer and mauling me to death in the kitchen. I honestly believed that that's how I was going to go that night. In my adolescent mind, I thought William was going to eat my whole body, and my mom was going to think I ran away. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed the empty box of detergent lying beside me, and I hold it in front of my face like a flimsy shield. William stands on his hind legs and puts his front paws onto where I'm laying. He stood above me with the cardboard being the only thing between us. While his drool landed on the box, an odor filled my nose that was unworldly. William smelled like sulfur. It was pungent. My arms held that flimsy box in front of me, while the rest of my body curled up like a shrimp, trying to get as small as possible. Then, he started his vibrating, patterned growls. When they stopped, there wasn't enough will in my body not to stay exactly how I was. My arms were going numb, and my defense slowly lowered, until I could see that William wasn't there anymore. The kitchen lights had turned back on, and my mom standing there, startled to see me on the washer. Both of us notice at the same time that all of the cupboards in the kitchen have been opened and the drawers pulled out. The sight of all of this opens up a pit in my stomach, like a free fall into paranoia and dread. She scolds me, believing that I had done it, telling me I was going to bend the metal lid of the washer and the landlord was going to kick us out. Trying to tell her about William was only met with transferring the blame to me. I needed to stop messing with that dog. He was abused. I should take him for more walks after school. Now get off the fucking washer and close all this shit up. By then, my clothes were done. I threw them into the dryer afterwards with no idea what setting to turn the dial to. Any setting I would have chosen probably couldn't have dried my shirts and jeans with just one cycle. I found that out when I woke up in the morning. Not only did they not smell like the box I held in front of my face all night, they smelled mildewy. They were damp, and I was cold that day. The night's previous efforts were for nothing, less because my clothes were wet. I went to school that day filled with hate, and I took it out on the first bitch that asked for it. Standing in line waiting to enter my student number, I hear the group behind me snickering. I turn around. I found the girl laughing the loudest. I'd never been in a fight before that moment, but standing in the cafeteria that day, I consciously chose violence. It was clear the other girls hadn't been in a fight either. My punch wasn't lethal. It barely grazed her cheek, but it was enough to give her a little bruise. And I guess more importantly, instead of fighting me back, the girl's eyes just filled with tears. She and her group of friends immediately told on me to the lunchroom teachers, and I was sent to the principal's office, resulting in a 3-day suspension. My mom was furious. Her denial of the environment we lived in was fueled by projections of her qualities as a mom. When we got home, she told me that my new job at home will be to take William out for more walks. She only remembered her side of the conversation. I was forced to walk William. My mom was at home when I was at school, and she made sure that we got out of her hair while she got ready for work that afternoon. The house we lived in was part of an affordable housing program offered by a nonprofit. Our neighbors were degenerates and bums. The park down the street from my house would usually be a no-go by myself, as the south end was typically filled with a homeless community. If a bike went missing in our neighborhood, guarantee you would have found it at the park, next to someone's tent. But no one was ever brave enough to go get theirs back. It was rare that I took William for a walk, and though his incidents rarely happened outside, there were a few notable ones that are worth mentioning. The last one nearly took my life. My mom had unknowingly once grabbed William by his collar and yanked him outside really quick, saying that she thought he was going to throw up on the carpet. She must have seen him do the shaking out of our back window. His hair was straight as needles, and I watched William return to the back door. He had a squirrel, and he drowned it in his water bowl. His eyes pitch black. It was sadistic. He kept the squirrel gently but firmly compressed between his teeth until it was dead. Then he lifted its body out of the water and tossed it to the doormat. I was disgusted. Later, I got a shoebox and buried the squirrel in our flower bed. And then there's the last time that William would do something like this. I took him to the park under the secret hopes that one of those bums did approach me just to see if William would attack them. I thought, if one of these creeps does walk up to me, they deserve it because no adult should be approaching a child like that. None of them did, though. Everyone who saw us stayed away from William. We walked right through the south exit gates of the park without any interactions. On the other side of the park's gate, there is a 10-yard stretch consisting of a large grass patch and a sidewalk before reaching a busy highway. I tried to stay closest to the park's fence on the grassy area, planning to walk the border around towards home. Up to this point, the walk had been completely uneventful, and I'm almost able to enjoy an afternoon sun, one that I'd normally be stuck inside a classroom for. A sudden explosion of energy takes my feet off the ground, and the next thing I know, I'm being dragged towards the busy highway. The leash squeezes my ribs, making it hard to breathe. I'm being pulled so hard that the dirt gets in my mouth every time I try to open it to gasp for air. William is pulling the leash too tightly for me to unloop it. His paws dig into the ground as he uses all of his might to drag us closer to the speeding cars. 2 lanes heading east, 2 lanes heading west. The cars in the lane closest to us can see me being dragged in their direction, and they start honking, trying to switch lanes or pull over. Naturally, the lane closest to the sidewalk begins to slow down, just as William drags us from the grass to the sidewalk and onto the road. The cars in the next lane can't see us. As William clears the first lane of stopped cars, a woman driving a Ford Explorer is rushing to work. She's drinking a cup of hot coffee and glances down to find the cup holder inside her car. The light ahead is green, and there's no way that it was her fault. But in the time it takes for her to find the cup holder and set her coffee into it, William leaps into her lane, dragging me with him. Just as the car hurtles towards us, I feel a sharp tug at my waist. The leash snaps. My body flies sideways, slamming hard onto the sidewalk. I gasp as air fills my lungs for the first time in what feels like minutes. Through blurry eyes, I see William darting across the lanes of speeding traffic. Cars honk and swerve, but William avoids every near miss. He disappeared into the distance, running full tilt until he's out of sight. He never returned. I was laying there shaking, covered in dirt, too stunned to move. A driver who stopped to get out of his car rushes over to me. What happens next I can only remember in bits and pieces. I know the man lifts me by my underarms and carries me further down the sidewalk, setting me on a bus stop bench. An ambulance arrives, causing a traffic jam, and paramedics ask me questions, most of which I can't even answer. Someone retrieves the snapped leash still wrapped around my hips and carefully untangles it. When it catches on the ambulance door, they cut it off of me. I'm not physically injured, but I'm mentally shattered. I cried the entire ambulance ride to the hospital. Instead of going to the ER, they cleaned me up and take me to another part of the building, where I sit in an office filled with a few children's toys. A woman sits across from me, asks me questions. Her voice is soft and kind. I answer honestly. And for the first time, an adult shows interest in what's happening at my house. I feel a guilty weight lift as I realize I can finally tell someone about William and my home life. I wait in the woman's office for what feels like hours. Then I'm surprised when I see my uncle pick me up. When I climb into his truck, my backpack is sitting on the seat, along with a gym bag filled with my clothes. My uncle tells me that I'll be living with him and my aunt for a while, until Mom can get the house cleaned up a bit. He explains it kindly to a child. At their house, they wash my clothes. I sleep on a big couch in the living room. When it becomes clear that my stay is more permanent, my uncle moves his office to the garage and gives me that room as my new bedroom. I've had years of counseling to close the chapters of my childhood, and I'm grateful for the strength and character it's instilled in me. My mom, however, was never able to get a handle on her hoarding or her drinking, and when I was 19, my uncle received a call that authorities had found her deceased in her home after neighbors complained about a smell. During my first year at Southern Oregon University, I joined some friends for a haunted campus tour, led by a veteran security guard. The stories we heard that night were enough to leave anyone looking over their shoulder. Suzanne Hall had perhaps the most tragic tale. During its construction, the foundation pit filled with water over Thanksgiving break due to heavy rains. A young child playing near the site dragged a mattress into the water, climbed aboard, and drowned when the mattress flipped. Their body wasn't found until the following week. Students living in the basement of Suzanne Hall report a chilling phenomenon. A knock on the door, and upon opening it, they're met by a drenched child, asking for a towel. As quickly as they appear, the child vanishes. Some say a ghostly young woman can also be heard playing piano in the dead of night. The basement of Taylor Hall is said to be haunted by the spirit of a security guard who once loved the building. Though the specifics are vague, the guard's presence is felt in the dim, quiet corridors. Even I can speak to that. Where Stevenson Union now stands once housed an infirmary. The guard leading our tour shared a chilling personal encounter during its construction. One night, he and a colleague noticed figures in white coats running near the foundation pit. Thinking it was students playing a prank, they gave chase. But as they approached, they watched as the figures ran straight across the pit, defying gravity, and disappeared into the night. Churchill Hall's second-floor auditorium has been the subject of many ghost stories. Its control booth is especially infamous. Working in campus mail services, I often cut through the auditorium on my route, but I always avoided looking up at the booth. The air in the room was definitely charged, as though someone or something was always watching. And then there's the Plunkett Center, the most haunted building on campus. The third floor in particular is notorious. A ghost there seems to have a knack for mischief, ensuring all computer work is saved before 5 p.m. Otherwise, the computers shut off automatically. The guard shared a story of a late afternoon meeting in the third floor conference room. As the meeting dragged past 5 p.m., the clock chimed, and strange things began to happen. At one end of the long table sat a soda can. Slowly, it began to slide across the table. Everyone stopped speaking, their eyes fixed on the moving can. It reached the other end, paused, and then reversed direction, sliding back. As the can passed by the security guard, he slammed his hand down on it. The meeting ended immediately, everyone too shaken to continue. My own encounter with the Plunkett Center was brief but unsettling. One foggy evening, my RA Laura and I, both photography enthusiasts, took some friends, Lisa and May, to photograph the campus. We ended up outside Plunkett, hoping to capture its eerie facade. Laura had May pose on the front steps, while Lisa and I positioned ourselves further down the slope. As I framed the shot, I saw it, a bright green flash from one of the windows near May. It wasn't a camera flash. None of us used flashes, and there was no way it came from passing traffic on Siskiyou Boulevard. The flash was otherworldly, and it sent chills down my spine. We left shortly after. I don't even remember if I told the others what I saw. Even now, I can't walk by those buildings without remembering the stories, or the feeling that something unseen might be watching. One day when I was 15, I came back from school like any other normal day. I live in Sofia, so McDonald's was the easiest and greatest of lunches, so I brought some lunch home and sat to watch a show called Ghost Hunters. Since I was in the 3rd grade, I gained an interest in the paranormal. I think it was because I wanted to believe there was life after death and so on, only what I was about to experience was definitely a surprise. While I was watching, I heard footsteps. I knew that my mom and my dad were at work, and of course the neighbors were as well. There was virtually no one that was going to come unattended. There were no such people in my life. Of course, I went and checked the door, and there was no one there, so I decided to turn back to my room. Just as I was about to sit back down on my bed, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a shadowy hand, almost a demonic one. It was coming from the wall next to my bed, trying to grab me. I just jumped. My heart was racing. Even now, remembering this, I still feel uneasy. When my parents came home, I told them the story, but no one believed me. They said that I was watching too many ghost stories. It's a fair analysis, but it hurt my feelings. Nonetheless, everything was normal for a couple of days, when some dark news was delivered to our family. My granddad on my mom's side had died. I was devastated, but I started to think, was it some sort of premonition that I had? Is that what a person sees before death of a relative happens? Was it actually a ghost? Was it some sort of manifestation of my sadness, or the sadness of the spirit? The two could be completely unrelated as well, but it doesn't really change the fact that it happened, and I can't seem to forget it. This is a real story that happened to me back on New Year's Eve 2009. I was 13 years old, and me and my family, my mom, my dad, my little sister, We were leaving an event at the Christian Center in the Hilltop neighborhood of Tacoma. My mom was in the driver's seat, Dad sitting in the passenger. I'm sitting behind Dad, and my sister's asleep in her car seat next to me. The church traffic had all dispersed by the time we'd left because my mom volunteered us to help clean up and put away chairs after the event ended that night. The road we take to leave has 4 lanes, 2 for each direction. The right lane will eventually become a turn-only lane into a dead-end cul-de-sac, while the others continue straight. My mom was driving in the right lane, but a sudden influx of traffic didn't allow her to merge to the left lane. So, she flipped on her blinker and turned right. Then she took another right down another neighborhood street that stopped at a dead end. There were a group of teenagers at the far end of the road. We can see them lighting off fireworks. My mom pumped the brakes and began to cautiously drive towards them. In order to leave this neighborhood, the only turnaround is at the end of the block, where the kids are. We approach at a snail's speed, and while I can't see the road, I can hear the fireworks growing louder. I plug my ears, but a pop that's brightness filled the car also had an explosion loud enough to wake up my sister. She started to cry, and I thought the right thing to do would be to shield her ears instead of mine. The constant sound and the feel of the fireworks going off by our car was startling, each one that blew up. It lit the interior of the car like a flashbang, and it hurt my eyes. My dad closed the air vents because they started sucking in the smell of fireworks smoke. My mom was steering the car counterclockwise around the loop. From the back passenger window, I could see 2 groups of people, one on the outside of my window, and then a smaller group, around 6 kids, that chose to stay in the middle of the street when the crowd parted for our car. This group of 6 was in the center, all still lighting off fireworks next to our car, almost as if they were trying to antagonize the vehicle's occupants into a confrontation. While this is happening out the left side of the window, from the right side, one guy approached the car. My dad saw this and locked the doors. Thankfully, the guy didn't even try for the handles. Instead, when he got to the car, he cupped his hands above his eyes. The metal of his watch clinked against the glass when he tried looking into the tinted windows on the front side passenger. Inside the car, everything happening around us is overwhelming to the senses. My mom was doing her best to navigate this right turnaround and not hit one of the many kids or cars parked in the loop. The guy who came up looking in the windows leans off to the side of the car, communicates to the group that he doesn't know who's in the car. I can hear the others outside also questioning one another on if they've noticed the suspiciously slow rate in which we're driving through. My dad tells my mom to speed up a little, but she ignores him. If the cul-de-sac was a clock, we would have entered at 6 and crawled our way backward around a guy that approached our car when we were close to 10 on this hypothetical diagram. My dad talks about speeding up at about the 9 mark. When our car gets to a hypothetical 7, we're almost out of the loop. My hands are still over my little sister's ears, and I'm periodically leaning over so that she could see me, and the act of doing this, I believe, saved my life. When our car got closer to the exit, everyone's attention had been focused straight out the front windshield. So I get my head down close to my little sister's, quietly reassure her that we're almost out of there. She was 2 at the time, and the sound of a bottle rocket igniting had quickly sent her into tears again. I stayed hunched over her, whispering, trying to soften her cries, but right after the bottle rocket hissed into the sky, there was a round of 6 back-to-back booms, louder than any of the others. It's so loud, the window next to me completely shatters. The glass that didn't fly into my hair falls into a pile in the seat that I'm buckled into. Almost right after my window disintegrated, the rear windshield behind me shattered into a million pieces. My ears were ringing and I had no clue what was going on. In this shock, the only thing I knew to do was stay over my sister. My parents were yelling in the front seat, but I couldn't hear everything they were saying, and then I felt my body get pulled back into my seat. Our car engine revved loudly, and a cold wind began rushing into the back seat through the open area where my window used to be. As my mom retraced our way back to the main roads, she slid into some cars out of the neighborhood, but none were enough to slow her down. When the noise of the fireworks and the crowd were gone, my mom frantically starts asking if everyone's all right. Me and my sister are okay. My legs were cut up from some of the broken glass, but none of it landed on my sister. My mom starts typing in directions to the closest emergency room. Typing on the GPS, she asks again, directing the question at my dad. "William, are you all right?" His breathing was labored. It sounded like he was in pain when he took a breath to reply. He tells my mom no. It feels like a hot poker was stabbed into his shoulder blade. My mom releases the death grip that she'd had on the steering wheel, and the knuckles in her fingers crack when she reaches over to feel around his back. Her hand is reeled back in horror, and as my dad let out a low grunt filled with agony, the palm of her hand was wet with blood, and the back of my dad's shirt was soaked. Both hands on the wheel, my mom's again white-knuckling it to Tacoma General. When we got to the emergency room, my mom unbuckled her seatbelt, ran inside screaming for assistance. The keys are still in the ignition, and it sits diagonal and idle in the patient drop-off while the doctors run a stretcher out to the car and drag my dad onto it. Every little moment from his chair to the gurney makes him scream out in pain. Then he, the doctors, and my mom all run inside, with me and my sister being left alone in the car until my mom comes back out to get us and repark the car. When she gets in, I ask what happened to Dad. My legs were lacerated and bloody from the broken glass, and that's what I thought had happened to him. It wasn't, though. My dad was bleeding a lot more than my cuts were. His blood hadn't soaked his favorite Sonics t-shirt by way of glass cuts. His blood was coming from a bullet wound. The bullet chipped his collarbone and broke a rib before it slowed down 2 centimeters from his lung. We all sat quietly in the waiting room, my legs swinging nervously. The reality of what had just happened hadn't fully sunk in yet, but the image of my dad's bloodied body, it replayed over and over in my head. Finally, after what seemed like the whole day, my mom returned from the trauma unit. Her face was pale and her hands were shaking, but she also looked relieved. "He's going to be okay," she said, her voice cracking. "They stopped the bleeding. They're monitoring him now. The doctors say he's really lucky." Hearing that, it made some sort of tension in my chest loosen up a bit. My dad wasn't out of the woods yet, but he was alive. When we were finally able to see him later, my dad sat up in his hospital bed looking weaker than I'd ever seen him look. But he managed a faint smile as we entered. He took a shallow breath, winced, and gave us a nod. "I'll be fine," he said hoarsely. "We're all fine. That's what matters." And he was right. We were fine, but we weren't the same. Something about that day changed us all a little bit. In the weeks and months that followed, my dad worked hard to recover physically, but the mental scars were harder to heal. We struggled. The sound of a car backfiring or a sudden loud noise would send us into a panic. None of us could look at an emergency room without our stomachs turning. That day left some scars, some visible, some invisible, but it also left us with a fierce gratitude for the second chance we were given. Life would never be exactly the same, but we were alive and we had each other. And for that, I'm still thankful. Let me start off by saying my husband is Native, and this happened about 6 years before I met him. My ex-husband was stationed in San Diego, and I flew out there to visit him. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to stay with him on base for whatever reason. Don't ask me, 'cause I don't even know myself. Also, I should add that I had just given birth about 3 months before this, and I had my son with me. Anyway, I found a hotel that wasn't far from base and close to food and whatnot. I went out to get some food, walked back to the hotel since it wasn't far. Unfortunately for me, my horrible sense of direction got me lost. I ended up near a wooded area, but there was a highway also nearby. It was getting close to sunset. I started seeing sets of shining eyes. I thought that they were just coyotes. I'm not afraid of much. After about 20 minutes, one set of shining eyes got closer, and I saw that it was a coyote. I watched Steve Irwin as a teenager and remembered that if you make yourself appear bigger and louder than you actually are, they'll usually just run off. So I started clapping my hands and shouting. This one, however, it didn't. It stood up and started walking like a person. I've never run away from something so fast. It never followed me, and I wasn't going to stick around to find out what it was. It wasn't until I met my current husband that I found out what it was, and the look on his face when I told him this story. He went pale. He never said anything, he just kinda nodded like he understood. Maybe it knew that I was still semi-healing from having recently given birth, or it saw my son in the stroller that I was pushing, just wanted to scare me. Either way, I don't know. I just know it succeeded in scaring me. This isn't really a question. It's more or less me telling the story of how I saw a skinwalker and didn't even know what it was at the time. I went hiking with my dad. We started talking about spirits and demons and all that. When we started talking about it, we felt something watching us. Me and my dad looked behind us. I didn't tell him, but I saw a pair of eyes as we were going down. I swear, something was watching us. Then we heard a scream. We ran down a trail with stairs. We're thinking of going back tomorrow, just not at night. I've always had spooky happenings go on around me. I have multiple stories of seeing shadow people and spirits, and of hearing stuff that was less than natural. I might post about those other experiences someday, but for now, I'll just tell the stories of a demon that followed my family around for a while. I haven't talked about this in years, as I hated how crazy it made me sound. I also don't like talking about it because it tends to make activity start up again. But luckily, no one in my family has experienced these things since I last saw him in 2012. I'll try to keep the stories as brief as possible and only list what details are necessary. But buckle up, because there was a lot of activity for many years. A bit of background. I grew up in a non-denominational Christian household. My dad in particular was a very strong believer. After him, my sister and I are the biggest believers, and my brother is now an atheist, though he was a believer at the time. My mom didn't experience this demon at all. In the house were my dad, my mom, my brother, my sister, and I. My dad was the first one who saw him. It was in the early 2000s, I think 2001 or 2002. My dad was studying to become a commercial airline pilot. He was licensed to fly helicopters and private Cessnas and jets, but he wanted to expand his horizons and challenge himself in a new way. He operated a flight school in our hometown, so he was a busy guy. He used to get up around 4 a.m. to study so that he wouldn't miss or lose any time during work, or during family time after my siblings and I would get home from school. My dog would always accompany him to the dining room, which is where he would set up for the morning. One of these mornings, my dog went to the sliding glass door that led to our backyard from the dining room and started barking like she was going mad. My dad ran to let her out before she woke anyone up, but she immediately started whining and backed away from the door once he'd opened it. My dad, who initially thought she saw a possum or a coyote, as we used to get them all the time in our backyard, told her to go outside to chase whatever it was out in the yard. Usually, she'd tear off like a bolt of lightning, but she just continued to whine and back up. My dad looked out the door to see if he could see what was scaring her so badly, and that's when he saw him. A large, hulking black figure that was moving very slowly, encircling the house next door. As soon as he saw him, my dad gasped and froze. When he gasped, the figure stopped and turned its head toward my dad. He didn't really have a face, but my dad felt his eyes on him. As soon as it looked at him, the words, "strong man," popped into my dad's head. He knew that was what it was called. They stared at each other for a bit, before strong man eventually turned its head back forward and resumed his slow march around the house next door. I was only 9 or 10 at the time, so I didn't hear this story until much later, but this does mark the first time anyone in my family saw him. After that, my dad would periodically look out the windows when he was studying to check before he would let my dog out to do her business, and he would see him from time to time. But now, instead of circling the house next door, he would be circling ours. The next person to see him was my brother. At this time, my brother was a typical angsty teenager with an added helping of snark. He was about 14 or 15 and was going through a hard time at school, which made him act out at home. My parents were struggling with how to reconnect with him and were coming up short. One night, my brother was listening to music in his room, brooding over something or other, as you do when you've got more big feelings than you know how to handle, when he saw a giant shadow rise up from the bottom of his window to past the top. He had heard my dad's story by this point and knew immediately that this was what he was seeing. Now, this next part is going to sound ridiculous because, well, let's just be honest, because it is ridiculous. My brother growled at it. Yes, literally growled. As you might suspect, nothing happened. My brother started feeling this really oppressive energy and then said, "You're not welcome here." Strong man didn't move. My brother then said, "In the name of Jesus, leave." He then slowly moved away. Around this time, my sister, at the time 13 or 14, was home alone one night. She was in the living room watching TV when she heard a knock at the front door. She went to go check it, but didn't see anyone there. She shrugged it off and went back to watch TV. She then heard a knock on the sliding glass door in the dining room. Now she's spooked because that goes to our backyard, and why would someone knock on that door? She doesn't get up and look and kind of huddles into blankets trying to hide. Then she hears a knock at the French doors that lead to our backyard from the living room, essentially right next to where she's sitting. She immediately started to pray and then heard knocking coming from all 3 doors at once. We came home to find her sobbing, huddled in a ball of blankets in her room. After this, I was finally told about what my dad had been seeing and what my brother experienced. We don't know if what happened to my sister was because of strong man, but it definitely was intended to scare her. After this, the sightings experiences seemed to slow down, but would always pick right back up if any of us talked about it. either with each other or to an outside party. In 2005, my dad died in a routine flight check. My whole family kind of imploded. My mom went off the deep end into alcoholism and shut down. My brother was away doing his service for the Finnish military, and my sister and I only had each other to cling on to. My sister kind of became my secondary mom and was dealing with the stressors of her senior year of high school and trying to figure out what she was going to do for college. Up until this point, I'd never experienced anything supernatural. I started doubting God and stopped going to church. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in God anymore, but I was bitterly angry at him for taking away my dad and the effect that it had on my family. My mom decided that we couldn't live in the house that had had so many memories of my dad, so she bought the house next door. Not the one from the beginning of the story, but the one on the other side. I was 14 at this time. As it was right next door, we took our time moving. A few months after moving, I had my first experience with strongman. The house we moved into was a 2-story, and my new bedroom faced our old house and had a wooden fence separating the 2 backyards right underneath it. One night, I was up late reading and my mom was out drinking with some colleagues. My brother and sister were now in college and living in the dorms on campus. My dog was with me in my bedroom, so I felt comfortable. As I was reading, I started to feel heavy. I don't know how to really describe it other than feeling wrong and heavy. I chalked it up to Home Alone jitters and went on reading. As I was reading, I started hearing a scratching on the fence below my window. My dog started growling intermittently, and I'd have to tell her to shush because I thought it was just a possum. As I said before, we got a lot in that area. It wasn't until a few minutes had passed that I started to realize that the scratches were coming in rounds of 3s. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Pause. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Pause. So on and so on for a good long while. The feeling of heaviness just increased, and I started to feel some fear prickling along my skin. I closed my book, and the scratching stopped. I waited a minute and didn't hear anything, so I just opened my book back up and kept reading. The scratching started again. I closed my book again, and it stopped mid-scratch. Even though I was feeling far from God, I started praying for Jesus to take away all the evil from the house, to send his light here instead. And I prayed and prayed and prayed. The scratching got louder, the louder I prayed, until I finally said, Amen. And the scratching stopped, fully. I couldn't sleep after that. I had to wait for my mom to come home around 4 that morning. About a year or so later, my sister and I went on a trip to Finland to visit my grandparents. While there, I had a crazy dream while I was napping on my grandparents' couch. I won't post the entirety of it unless anyone is interested, but essentially, I dreamed that I was getting possessed and was woken up by my grandma saying I was doing things in my sleep that I felt myself doing in my dream. It was really freaky, and I hated it. Around this time, I also started waking up about 3 a.m. every night. This continued even when we went back home, and eventually just became part of life. I didn't think anything of it until I was telling a friend about my sleep issues, and she told me that 3 a.m. was the demonic witching hour. Cool. After this summer, my mom got remarried to my stepdad, and we moved into his house. His house was in an older part of town, with lots of beautiful Victorians on tree-lined streets. It was picturesque, to say the least. Regardless, this is where most of the activity happened. I have story upon story of different activity happening in this house. But those are better told another time, as they don't necessarily relate to strongman. I did have multiple times when the same feeling of heaviness that accompanied him would just come upon me, and I'd pray him away. I saw him just one time at this house. I was coming home from an evening church service and was about to turn into my driveway when he just rose up, seemingly from the ground, right in front of my car. I thought I was going to hit something solid, but I just drove right through him and turned into my drive. I was so scared to get out of the car, but that overwhelming feeling became too oppressive, and I had to get away. I started praying out loud and ran to my house. I saw him one other time in college, outside of my dorm, when I looked out the window one evening after a late night of studying. He always showed up when things would start to feel normal again, almost as if to say, I'm still here. It was awful. That was the last time I saw him. I haven't had a demonic experience since, thank God. Sorry this was so long. It just happened over many, many years. I don't randomly wake up at 3 a.m. anymore. I don't get that oppressively heavy feeling randomly either. I hope I never have to experience either of those ever again. This happened to me when I was about 10 years old, but even now as an adult in my 30s, I remember it like it was yesterday. My parents had taken my sister and I out to a movie, and then to get ice cream in celebration of my older sister getting straight A's on her report card. I remember my dad had gotten off of work later than usual, so by the time the movie was over and we had our ice cream, it was well past our bedtime. It didn't matter, though. My parents were happy and proud of my sister. We had a great time, and we took our time getting home. If it wasn't for what happened when we got there, I would have always looked back fondly on this night. We got home around 10:30. Bedtime was usually 10, so I went straight to my room to put my pajamas on while my sister went to brush her teeth. I remember thinking that it seemed a little more chilly in the house that night, but that's the only thing out of the ordinary I can recall from when we first walked in. I barely had a chance to change when I heard my dad yell our names from what I thought was the kitchen. I didn't know what was wrong, but I knew it was bad because I heard fear in his voice for the first time ever. It scared me really bad. I bolted out the door and into the kitchen as fast as I could. My sister was already there, and her and my parents were standing very close. My mom looked like she was on the verge of panic, and she motioned for me to come close. She wrapped her arms around my sister and me, and my dad was already dialing on the house phone. Then I noticed some glass on the floor. I asked my mom what was wrong, but she didn't want to tell me. She said we needed to go outside right away. As we headed out the front door, I heard my dad talking to the 911 operator and telling them that when we got home, he found our back sliding door shattered and objects strewn about the kitchen. We went to the neighbor's house and waited for the police to come. After a few minutes, my dad joined us. He seemed to be well shaken up, which was a new sight for me. The police arrived and searched the house extensively. It was a big scene with all of our neighbors outside and flashing lights illuminating our entire street for hours. They never found anyone in our house. Whoever had been there had come and gone. The thing that gets to me is that nothing was stolen. Whoever it was didn't want any of our possessions. What they did was take our canned food out of the pantry and stack them into small pyramids on the kitchen counter. They also turned on the TV in the basement and moved a few random objects to different parts of the house. Very creepy. It was like an insane person had been in our home and did things for reasons that only made sense to them. As the police were finishing up and getting ready to leave, I heard one of them ask my mom a question. They talked quietly, and I'm sure they thought I didn't hear. I pretended not to be listening, but I heard everything. You see, we kept magnetized letters on our fridge. I think I'd gotten them for a birthday present a few years before, and we used them to leave each other messages for fun sometimes. The cop was asking my mom if the message there, that night, was done by any of us. It wasn't. I watched my mom turn pale when he told her what it said. It still makes my skin crawl to this very day. It said, "Always watching." The police didn't find any fingerprints. They said the intruder had to have been wearing gloves. For the next few days, the entire family was extremely uneasy. I was absolutely positive that the intruder was still in the house somehow, that there was a hidden place that nobody knew about, where he could hide and listen to us. I never shook that feeling that somebody was there. Within a few months, we decided to move. It was all just too scary for us to stay in that area. We moved to a house several miles away. We were never bothered again, but I do still think about it. Was it kids playing a prank? Was it some insane person that wanted to torment a random family? Or was it someone that truly had it out for us, and who really was always watching? Could it have been a neighbor, someone we knew? These questions still keep me up at night sometimes. This happened many years ago, but the hairs on my neck stand up sometimes when I'm alone at home, and I have to check the house to make sure no one is hiding. This happened almost 25 years ago, way before cell phones were a thing. When I was 17, my brother, 13 at the time, were traveling in northern British Columbia in mid-November. This is important as the darkness at this time of year in the mountains is absolute. We were in the Pine Pass between Chetwynd and Prince George, BC. Anyone who knows this area knows how desolate it is. I'm talking hundreds of kilometers between gas stations and any kind of people or buildings. We were just about at the Powder King ski resort turnoff, and it was getting late. We pulled into a roadside turnout around 10 or 10:30 p.m. because I was super tired. My brother was already sleeping. I pull in and park near some tourist signage, lock my doors, and put my seat back to sleep. I was dead asleep when something snapped me awake. To this day, I'm not sure what it was that woke me up. I was looking around trying to figure out what was happening, when all of a sudden my car was surrounded by 4 or 5 men. They started yanking on the door handles, trying to get into the car. I'm not sure if they saw that I was awake or not, but I sat up and slammed the car into drive and peeled out of there. I'm not sure if I hit one of them or not, and I didn't care to check. I didn't stop again until my auntie's in Prince George. It was one of the most terrifying times in my life. So, to the 4 or 5 men in the Pine Pass who tried to get into a car with 2 kids, I hope I ran at least one of your feet over. I grew up with 2 families. One of them was dead. I'm not crazy. I have my whole family to back me up, and my uncle still lives in the house. The spirits aren't mean except the dad, banging on doors, cutting my auntie with a knife in soupy water, busting the sink, that kind of thing. It's probably worth mentioning that I'm firstborn of the power of 3. My aunties, my mom have gifts. All the girls in my family have gifts. The house has 2 levels, light baby blue with white trim, and it had 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. The Alive family were my 2 aunties, my mom, my uncle, and my grandparents. They lived not too far away, plus me and my 3 cousins and some animals. The family of spirits was a father, a mother, and there were 2 children. After my mom did some digging, she found out what happened. Apparently, the father was abusive, and after going into a fit of rage, he killed his wife and his 2 kids, and then hung himself in the basement, which is where my uncle slept. All the spiritual happenings, I didn't know at the time, were preparing me for my illness that was going to happen 2 years after I moved away. I had a stroke when I was 5, and due to medical issues, I almost died 3 times. We lived regular lives with them until they attacked my cousin. He screamed in the middle of the night, and the adults came to check on him, and he had 3 scratches down his back. My mom got angry and yelled at them to never touch any of us like that again. We're cleansing the house to make you leave. They took the hint and left us alone. We still visit the house, and there's a silent understanding that we not be disrespectful. So that's the information about the second dead family I lived with. But I wanted to go into some more detail about my crazy connection with the spiritual world and the Blue House. The family in the Blue House with the father and the family that he killed, they weren't the only ones in the house. No one could really place where it was, but it learned our behaviors and scared the crap out of my auntie. As a joke, my mom would crawl on the floor beside the bed and scare my auntie. All in good fun. Everyone got a good kick out of it. While my auntie was still awake, she heard the very familiar sound of someone crawling beside the bed. She wanted to turn the tables and scare my mom instead. So she kept her eyes closed, and when she could feel that they were nose to nose, she opened her eyes quickly and didn't get a chance to say boo before realizing it wasn't my mom. It was a middle-aged man with red hair and a twisted smile on his face. She got up and grabbed me, running to my mom's room, sleeping in her single bed that night. As I grew up and my first cousin was born, the little kids became more predominant. Toys moving on their own, doors closing when told, comfort for being scared of the dark. If you put my cousin and the spirits side by side, you couldn't tell them apart from living or dead. After everyone left the house, the little boy attached himself to me. He's still here with me, making sure I'm safe. I'm not sure what happened to the little girl and the 3 others, but I'm not visiting anytime soon for my own safety. We were driving home, my mother in the driver's seat, heading back after spending an eventful day in another much larger town. I wouldn't call it a city, nor would I call it a town. Well, not in my book, at least. We were traveling through the countryside, seeing paddocks and paddocks with the occasional tree here and there. As we got about halfway, my mother asked if it was okay if we took a detour to go see her then boyfriend's place. Seeing the time was about 2 p.m, and I wasn't in any rush to go back home, I told her it was fine, and we turned off the main road. We continued to travel on our new path, the road being a singular paved road. It was one of those that was probably enough room for 2 cars to drive past with no real issue. Anything bigger, on the other hand, then someone was driving on the curb. So we continued talking nonsense, listening to the radio. I look forward. There in the distance was a man traveling in the same direction we were. Not really out of the ordinary, as there was one of those blink-if-you-miss-it towns nearby. But something about him just grabbed my attention. For starters, he was a farmer. If his attire wasn't the biggest giveaway, but his clothes. He wore a wide rim hat, a shirt, overalls, and boots like something from the 60s or 70s. As we got closer and closer, he seemed to be not noticing us coming up behind him. My mother's car was not quiet. Closer and closer. My eyes fixed on him as we got close, drove by, and he vanishes. My eyes were completely fixed on him. He was there, and then nothing. I quickly looked back, trying to see if he fell or was hiding. No one was there. No place for him to hide. Just an empty road. You saw him too? My mother asks. The farmer? I respond. Yeah. I turned back to her, and she too was shocked. I described what he looked like, and my mother confirmed it. She too saw this guy. I've been on that road many times in the past. Having lived in that area, I know every turn, every curve, every hill. But only that one time have I seen him on that road. I do believe what I saw was a ghost, still reliving his walk back home. Maybe he died on that road or got hit. I don't know, but I'll never forget it. Around the time that I was about 22 or 23, I was a paid professional stage actor. It was one of the most wonderful gigs I've ever had in my life, with the exception of one experience. The theater building itself was supposedly haunted. I, myself, by now, can sort of confirm that it is. Unless what happened to me was something else that I just straight up cannot ever explain for the rest of my days. To give backstory, the theater building I worked at was a library prior, around the 1920s through the 30s. However, when a young girl was assaulted and murdered and left in the middle of an aisle upstairs, without anybody noticing or hearing, the library was immediately shut down. It was a thing. A few decades went on, and then, around the 1960s, they turned the old library into a round stage theater with a catwalk up by the ceiling. Even before I was cast in the production, I'd already been aware that the theater was supposedly haunted. Of course I was intrigued, but I knew better than to tempt spirits by taunting them or making fun of them. That's just bad juju. So I just sort of ignored the stories and the tall tales of the ghost. The stories were all the same, from the other actors who had worked in the theater building. It's a little girl, they'd all say. She doesn't like women, they'd all say. She has crushes on certain boys, they'd all say. That was the word on the street and in the building. Okay. Now, while being in this production, I had a fellow cast member who was just a bombshell of a woman. Gorgeous, intelligent, a dancer, everything that makes a woman wonderful. A Wonder Woman, if you will. She was almost technically a dwarf. She stood at a whopping 4'9". I don't like using words like tiny or small, but I mean, Jules stands at a whopping 4'9". She's short, you know? Never underestimate that, though. That girl can still kick your ass. Always be wary of tiny dancers, because they have the strength and discipline. Jules and I still talk to this day as friends. She told me once that she was in the women's dressing room, about 20 minutes before curtain. She was sitting down on a chair, combing her hair, looking at herself in the mirror after applying her makeup. And then, There was a tug from her long hair that pulled her all the way down from out of her chair onto the floor. To this day, she swears she was the only person in the women's changing room. There was just no explanation for it. No explanation she can come up with. And she's smart and a no-bullshitter. Jules is not a liar, and she does not tolerate fancy stories, so, of course, everyone, myself included, believed her. It was strange. Kodai was this really handsome man who was almost losing his mind because his props and costumes would just disappear out of thin air and were never anywhere to be found. He'd scream and yell before curtain, "I had my bench right here. I had my shoes over there. Why are they gone? I promise you I didn't move them." Yeah, he would say that every night before curtain. There was this kid, I forget his name, but he played the young boy in the show. And always he would say, every night during intermission, I'm standing backstage, waiting for my cue to walk on stage before the beginning of Act 2. There's a breathing thrust upon the back of my neck, and every single time I turn my head, there's nothing there, and I'm scared. This poor kid was probably about 12 or 13 at best, and to me, well, I was about 23, and to me, it sounded terrifying. Savannah was my scene partner, and she and I had gone to high school together. The camaraderie was already there, so when she told me that she felt terrified to be alone in the theater, I believed her. She had a part of Act 2 where she was required to be on the catwalk to drop a long canvas that was sort of a backdrop visually for a scene. Savannah would get tired, though, and while she would lay there on the catwalk, hoping not to be seen, she'd accidentally start to fall asleep. If she fell asleep, the production would have consequences if the scene change couldn't happen. Every night, she said to me, every night I fall asleep, and then moments before my cue, I hear a little girl's voice say, "Coo, coo, coo, loo, loo, loo." And then I wake up, and I drop the canvas sheet, and I get back downstairs to make sure I get on stage on time. Every single night this happens. So onward, onto my part of the story, or experience. There was this matinee on a Saturday. After the matinee, we got our dinner break, and the entire cast would go take dinner and converse and enjoy ourselves. We had our 8 o'clock show and another at midnight. I decided to head back to the theater building early so I might pass out on the couch and sleep for a few hours before I had to get back into costume, yada yada. Saying that, it must be made clear that I had the keys to the building and I could open up the theater doors once I approached the theater doors. I was actually trusted enough for that. Perhaps that was a curse within its very own self. Logically, the first task I always presented myself with was to turn on all of the lights around the building, which I did this evening. There was a bathroom downstairs and there was a bathroom upstairs. For an inexplicable reason to me, some thought in my head that I had that I still can't explain to this day. I decided to use the upstairs bathroom, which was located by the costume storage. I had never really used it before, and it does not seem sensical to me. But that was the choice that I had made. I marched up the curling, winding, spiraling stairs built way back in the day. I turned on the lights upstairs and proceeded down the hallway and into the bathroom. And I turned on the bathroom lights. It felt off to me. The air, the energy, the spirit of it all. It was very strange to me. It was unsettling, unnerving, and awkward. I figured it was due to me being completely alone in the theater building, especially at nighttime. Only then did thoughts enter my mind. It's a little girl, they'd all say. She doesn't like women, they'd all say. She has crushes on certain boys, they'd all say. Reasonably, the thoughts put me on edge, and I got super duper nervous, like shivering at a cold chill that was absent from the room. When I had finished with my business, consistently looking back behind me, I opened the bathroom door to find that all of the lights had been shut off. The entirety of the theater was pitch black, with the exception of the bathroom, whereupon I had just turned on the lights. Through that little light protruding from the bathroom, it traced along the hallway, and looking down it, I saw the silhouette of Jules. Ah, I said to myself playfully, she turned off the lights and wants to fool around. I had been feeling tired and sort of wanted to take a nap, but no young man in his right mind turns down the opportunity to get in some frisky action, especially with such an attractive lady insisting. I marked where she was standing in the hallway, and as the door closed behind me and the hallway became breached with complete darkness, I'd already calculated where she was standing. Saying, "Hey you," as I approached where she stood, I put my arms out for an embrace. There was no response, though. There was nothing there. "Oh, I see," I said excitedly. "You want to play games with me?" So I walked further and further down the hallway, putting my hands out in front of me. I realized I'd made it to the costume storage. Racks and racks of old clothes and wardrobe and costumes. Aisles and aisles of them. In the complete darkness, I put my hands here and there, feeling my way around, touching the fabrics that hung on their hangers on the racks. Expecting to find Jules, but it ended up just resulting in more searching. "Where are you?" I asked. "Come on, where are you?" That's when it started to sink in. That's when it hit me. This feeling of being watched, being witnessed, being warned. There was this insatiable amount of dread percolating through my blood vessels. Immediately, I was very, very uncomfortable and scared. That's when the giggle came. Not a laugh, a soft, silly, child-sounding giggle. "Who's there? Who's that?" I asked. A jacket of some sort or something fell off of its hanger and landed on my shoulders, draped around me. I cannot remember if I screamed. I just may have. But I know I ran. Into the dark, into 100 other clothing racks that shook and fell. It took me some time to readjust where I was and to get my bearings and figure out what part of the room I was in. Finally finding the spiral stairway, I ended up completely bombing it, completely failing and just falling down the stairs like a rag doll. After a loud moan from feeling like I had just busted my ribs, I found my footing and ran into a few walls before I finally found the front doors. I burst them open so quickly and I just ran. I didn't care if I left them unlocked. Running down into the parking lot, the whole cast and crew were approaching. There was Jules, along with all of them. There was no way that she was ever in the theater. "Hey," I shouted at her. "Did you just fuck with me?" "What?" She looked at me inquisitively. "No, what are you talking about?" "I thought I saw you in there," I told her, panicking. "You turned off all the lights." The stage manager for the show just looked at me, calmly, plain as day. "Oh, that's just the ghost. If she turns off the lights, it just means she likes you." The entirety of the production prior had led me to no experiences with said ghost, and nothing ever happened after that either. So I grow curious from time to time whenever I ponder upon it. What happened? Was it in my head? A trick of the light? And when I grow more curious, I wonder, why then? When so many others were having these strange experiences and I wasn't, why did it happen then, when I was all alone? It's a little girl. She doesn't like women. She has crushes on certain boys. As flattered as I should have been, to this day, I'm still terrified whenever I think about it. I haven't worked for that theater since that production. Help me rationally process something that just occurred. Like I literally hopped into my car, locked the doors, and started typing this. About 10 minutes ago, I began this walk to my car. Right now, it's almost 4 a.m. It's a quiet, empty street. I'm making my way down the sidewalk when this woman rushes up behind me and clutches my arm. I'm like, what the fuck? And I try to pull away, but she squeezes my arm to keep me from separating and matches my walking pace. Her hands are freezing, and she's holding on to me like I was a prom date. I'm like, lady, get the fuck off of me. But she grabs me closer and whispers, please, just walk. She sounded scared. This put me on high alert, and I continued walking with her, while also trying to look around to see if anyone else was out here. I ask if she's being followed, but she doesn't respond. No, she doesn't even look up at me. We do this for about 2 more blocks, and then she just lets go of me and hits a dead sprint down the road. I'm like, holy shit, what's going on? Then I hear footsteps running behind me. I look over my shoulder, and I see someone's coming up fast. So I spin around, swinging a haymaker, thinking I'm about to get jumped. But nobody's there. I turn back around, and the girls disappeared too. Gone. Nowhere to be found. I'm now alone again, and scared beyond belief. I then proceed to uncontrollably yelp and jump run all the way back to my car. What just happened? When I was 16, I lived in the Valley area of Los Angeles. This was many years ago. At this time, the best part of my week was Saturday nights, when I'd meet my friends at our beloved under-21 nightclub to dance the night away. The vast majority of the time, I'd have to get a ride there and back. I didn't have my own car until a couple of years later, when I was in college. But occasionally, a family friend would lend me his car. And on one of these Saturday nights, he did. I felt so independent and free to be able to take myself to the club and to be able to leave when I wanted. On the night of this story, I drove to the club and had a typically great time, dancing with my group of friends to music like Prince and Earth, Wind and Fire. At the end of the night, I got into my borrowed car and headed towards home. In case you don't know, the San Fernando Valley is made up of many suburban towns. None are really small and some are very nice. As you'd expect, some are less nice with higher crime. I lived with my family in a medium town in the northern part of the valley. It was neither very nice nor very bad, with medium homes on mostly respectably, if not professionally, manicured lawns. And being the greater Los Angeles area, there were many differing routes that I could take to get home, whether freeways, highways, or city streets. It was after midnight at this time, but most routes that I could take would still be bustling on a Saturday night. I'd had my fill of loud music, laughter, and chattering voices, so I opted for the quieter route home. I took some busy streets, then veered into some quiet neighborhoods that would take me home. If I drove through some quiet, house-lined streets, I'd get home a little faster, and I was tired. GPS hadn't been invented at this time, nor even cell phones, so I had to rely on maps or just knowing the chosen route. I'd heard bad things about a town called Pacoima, but I'd only been through it during the day, maybe once. Still, I knew how to get through to shave a few minutes off my time, and besides, being someone used to walking or taking buses, I felt blissfully perfectly safe now in a well-running car, gas in the tank. I was safer at this moment than at almost any other time. At least, that's what I believed. Still, I was a teenage girl, alone, after midnight, in an area I was unfamiliar with, and naive enough to think nothing bad could happen to me in a locked car. I entered a residential street in Pacoima, and I only had to go a couple of blocks to get to the next town, then to my own. As I slowly drove down a dark, quiet avenue of modest homes, there were streetlights illuminating the unknown. This also helped with my feeling of invincibility. As I smiled to myself at this, I started to notice a few people walking down the street towards me. At first, I didn't give it much notice. My left turn out of Pacoima was coming up, just ahead, anyway. But as they got closer, I very quickly realized it wasn't just a few people. It was a gang of approximately 12 to 15 men, and they weren't casually walking down the sidewalk. They were aggressively running down the middle of the street and right towards me. I suddenly had to slow to almost a stop so as not to hit anyone, and this is when they all got a real good look at me. Looks which turned instantly more excited and animated as they all realized I was just a young girl, alone. Many exchanged smiling glances between them, and others were whooping and whistling and calling out things to me. Smoothly, effortlessly, as if they'd rehearsed it ahead of time. Several of them stopped me completely by standing in front of my car, even putting hands on the hood, as others walked around to my driver and passenger doors and pulled at the handles to open the doors. I didn't always lock the doors when I drove, and cars didn't have an auto lock back then, but I was thanking God that I'd had the foresight to do so on this night. Of course, it all happened very fast, but in my shock and terror, it felt like slow motion. But so quickly adjusting my mind from carefree to possibly being abducted or worse by this large group of men. They had me trapped. I couldn't drive forward nor reverse, because at this time, the car was completely surrounded by men, and as a couple of guys picked up sticks or other objects to try to bust the windows, I knew I had to think clearly and act fast. I did the only thing I could think of. I started driving forward. Having blocked my car completely, I could see the surprise on their faces as they knew they had to move out of the way or risk being run over. I immediately decided that if they didn't move, I would run them over. All the men standing in front of the car jumped out of the way, and I sped up as I took the left turn out of Pacoima. I did make it home safely, but my heart didn't stop beating out of my chest for the rest of the night. Of course, I thought about it for a long time after as well. I felt proud of the way I'd handled the situation, but I just kept running through possibilities of what I could have done differently or what could have gone differently. What if they didn't get out of the way and I actually hit a couple people with the car? How would I have lived with myself? Should I have just sat in one place and honked the horn to hopefully wake people up in the homes around me? What if one of the men had pointed a gun at me? I'm very happy that it turned out the way that it did, but it could have turned out so much worse. I hope we'll all keep in mind that We're not quite invincible inside of a car, no matter how cozy the heated leather seats make us feel. Dark, quiet shortcuts are not a good idea, especially late at night. And always drive with your doors locked. So Pacoima gang that tried to grab and do who knows what with a teenage girl, driving alone one Saturday night. It's been a long time since then, and I'm very glad I didn't meet any of you ever again. In September, my partner and I signed the lease on a dream apartment. I was ridiculously excited and kept telling everyone I knew all about it, to the point where I was probably actually pretty annoying. One day, a friend of mine came to visit me at work, and of course, I told her the news about our new place. She asked where it was, and when I told her the location, she turned pale and seemed uncomfortable at best, and flat out scared at worst. She asked to see a picture of the inside, and when I showed her, she let out a long sigh of relief, then proceeded to tell me one of the creepiest stories I have ever heard. It turns out that about 5 years ago, she'd lived in the house directly next to mine with her sister and boyfriend. Starting almost immediately when they moved in, they began hearing noises out in the kitchen area at night when they were sleeping, and occasionally woke up to open cabinets or kitchen tools scattered around. Eventually, they started hearing what sounded like kids talking in low voices in the kitchen at night, occasionally crying and crashing sounds far off, but still somewhere in the house. Around this time, my friend and her sister started to fight a lot, said that they'd both been feeling extremely irritable about everything. Their house was broken into while they were all at work one night, but nothing was stolen except some cheap costume jewelry. There was cash, valuable jewelry, and designer clothing in the house, but it was all left untouched. Later in the same month, they received a visit from the cops, who said a neighbor had called about screaming and crying coming from the house, and had reported that they left their kids there alone when they were out. They didn't have kids. The cops were called a few other times and finally got a search warrant, and somehow ended up finding a trap door under the kitchen window area that was covered in layers of leaves and dirt. They found out that it was the remnants of a very, very old root cellar. I live in one of the oldest cities in America by European colonizer standards, and much of the structures are built on top of older structures. Apparently, one thing led to another in the search down there, and the police recovered some very, very old skeletal remains of 2 children. Nobody seemed to know if the skeletons or the root cellar were there first. During all of this, my friend and her sister broke their lease and moved out of there ASAP, as they were terrified to be there any longer. I went through with my lease and lived in the building next door to where all of this happened. My apartment is an old adobe market that was converted into an apartment in the 1970s. And it's been an absolute dream to live here. No scary vibes or noises at all. The couple who live in that house now seem pretty nice and keep to themselves. We all have high adobe privacy walls and coyote fences. And I feel tempted to see if they know about all of this, but I'm afraid that it might make them uncomfortable if I approach them about it. We haven't spoken in years, but when me and my best friend Ashley were 15, we spent every day together. I was friends with her older sister Kelly, too, who was around 17 at the time, and the only other person who lived with them was their dad. Me and Ashley both did online school, so I stayed at her house for weeks on end. Her boyfriend, Brady, lived in the same cul-de-sac as her and came over almost every day. So naturally, all 3 of us were pretty close. We had a fairly large group consisting of our female friends and his male friends. Her dad went out of town for a weekend, so we decided to all chip in on alcohol and have everyone over. The last person to show up was one of Brady's friends, and he brought 2 girls who weren't in the friend group with him. One of the girls brought out a Ouija board, so almost everyone followed her to Ashley's basement. None of us besides her really believed in that shit, so all but maybe 2 or 3 of us sat around it. When nothing happened, we started throwing insults at the board, trying to taunt ghosts and demons, but still, nothing happened, and we continued on with our night. By the end of the night, it was me and my friend Kara and our older friend Melissa sleeping in Ashley's room, and Kelly was in her room with one of her friends. Kelly and her friend were watching a movie, and everyone but me smoked some of Melissa's weed before we laid down in Ashley's room. Half asleep, we started hearing doors slamming from across the hall. We suspected Kelly and her friend until they FaceTimed us from their room, freaking out, doors still slamming in the background. Now that we were sure there was someone in the house, we told them to lock their door, and Melissa pushed a dresser in front of Ashley's door. We called Brady to come over and check the house, and at this point, the door slamming had moved down to the first floor. Everyone who was high, especially Ashley, was super paranoid and scared. Ashley was having a full-blown panic attack. Brady checked the house and found nobody. So we let him into Ashley's room to calm everybody down. He told us that it was probably the cat, which was in Ashley's room, but that he would stay with us for a little bit to make sure. I believed him until I got a Snapchat from him. Only 2 words, but they hadn't even crossed my mind. Ouija board. The conversation went on, and I was fairly confused as I didn't really remember much of the night, but basically what he told me was that he didn't want to freak out Ashley or the others, but that the girl from the party left the Ouija board in the basement because she believed that we all fucked up earlier when we messed around with it. Not wanting to scare my friends, I volunteered to do another sweep of the house with him before he left, as I was the least scared. Me and Brady left Ashley's room and made a beeline to her basement. Neither of us believed in this shit, but I had to know, and I guess so did he, because we sat next to each other and we put our fingers on the planchette. It flew across the board from Z to O to Z. We both had general knowledge of Zozo, and even though we didn't really know what was going on, we tried to move the planchette to say goodbye, but it resisted. Both of our hands flew off the planchette as it flew across the board. It paused for a moment before slowly moving to the last O. Brady grabbed it and swiped it across goodbye, and we sprinted up the stairs to the main level. When I got to the top of the second stairs, he yanked me back to the landing and grabbed me by my shoulders. I've seen Brady do a ton of crazy shit, and he'd had a lot of crazy stories, but I think this was the only time I'd ever seen him scared, and he looked fucking terrified. He just kept shaking my shoulders, asking me, "Were you fucking moving it?" And I said no, and I asked if he was, and he said no. We were so scared, but we agreed not to tell any of the others. They made us state our names before letting us back in the room, and they realized something was up with us, but we didn't tell them, and he went back to his house. I refused to sleep for a long time. I heard noises the whole time. Kelly texted me asking if I heard music. I did, but I told her to go to sleep. I fell asleep at some point, but I woke up with 3 large scratches on my forearm. Brady came over, and together, we told them everything. There was a music box in the unfurnished part of Ashley's basement. Ashley thought that we were pranking her, but Kelly believed us. I stayed with Kelly in her room for about a week after that. Brady FaceTimed us one night after Ashley had fallen asleep, saying he had a bad feeling. I got up to use the bathroom, and a door slammed. I bolted back to Kelly's room, and on FaceTime, we watched as an upside-down cross-cut formed on Brady's chest. If I hadn't watched it get larger and worse, literally carving itself into his skin, I would have never believed him. But I did. Weird shit happened all week. Her animals were being weird. The basement door was in various states of open that we never left it in. We burned sage in Kelly and Ashley's entire house, but when their dad came back, he refused to move his office into the basement like he said he would. Said it had a bad feeling. I haven't talked to Ashley, Brady, or Kelly in years, but I remember almost everything about this. It was my one and only experience where I cannot explain it. I don't know what it was. I don't know what happened. I haven't researched anything about Zozo because I'm too fucking scared. Back when I was younger, I remember going to my grandma's house to celebrate holidays or general family get-togethers. You know, the usual stuff. As far back as I can remember, I always had the weirdest feeling being in her house, more specifically, the basement. I remember any time I'd even come close to the stairs that led to the basement, I'd get the most unsettling feeling. I couldn't even set foot on the stairs without feeling as if something was going to come out of the shadows and get me. Through the years, every time I'd visit Grandma's house, that unsettling feeling about the basement would remain. I always chalked it up to silly childhood fears of the dark and the basement. This was far from the case. One day, me and my cousin decided we'd be brave and go into the basement. We ended up going into a bedroom down there, and as we were looking around, we noticed writing on the wall inside one of the closets. It was in green ink and read, "I told you I would die before I turned 16. This spooked us, to say the least, so we ran upstairs and we told our parents. They ended up telling us the truth about the house, the dark history. My mom said that long before my grandma moved in, there was a family that lived there and was rumored to have abused their children and locked them in the basement. My mom said that the writing has been painted over several times, but it keeps coming back through. This chilled me to the bone, knowing I was standing right where someone may have died and their ghost had come back to send a message to their abusive parents. As I grew older, I never got over my fear of that basement. Anytime I would stay with Grandma, she'd offer me the basement bedroom, and I refused. I know something was in that basement from beyond the grave. As my grandma got older, she had to sell the home and move in with family. I just hope the new owners never find out what happened there. When I was in kindergarten, my grandpa died. I didn't really understand at the time what was happening, which was good. But what I do understand is that I saw him afterwards. I was at recess, and I remember playing on the little toy, the ones that the kindergartners could play on. I looked over, and I saw my grandpa standing on the other side of the fence. I smiled, and I waved at him, and then I went to run over to the fence, even though we weren't allowed to. I was just about there when my teacher stopped me. asking me what I was doing. I knew I wasn't supposed to be near the fence. But it's my grandpa. He's just right there on the other side of the fence. Can't I say hi to him? My teacher looks over at the fence, back at me, and tells me, "Sweetie, there's no one there. But if family comes, they go to the office. Remember?" Yeah, I did remember. But my grandpa, he was right there. I looked over, and she was right. He was gone. Later that day, I remember my parents sat me down and had a real talk with me about death. They told me that Grandpa passed away that morning. After they finished explaining, I asked my mom, "But how did I see Grandpa today at school if he died this morning?" Neither one of them had a good answer for me. My mom just said, "Maybe you saw someone that looked like Grandpa, sweetie." No, that wasn't it. I definitely saw my grandpa. But even as a 5-year-old kid, I didn't really feel the need to plead my case to my parents. Over time, they came around though. You see, I didn't care that they didn't believe me or thought that I saw somebody else. In my heart, I always knew exactly who I saw, and so that was the story I would tell. And now, years later, they seem to really like this story. They seem to believe me. I guess something over the years has opened their minds. I truly cannot explain what's happening in my house. We, my wife and I, moved in about 3 months ago. And ever since the second week, it's been wild. At first, it was just little things. Couldn't find the keys. Thought we locked the door, but didn't. All stuff easily dismissed by stress of work and a new place. But now, 3 months later, we've officially lost every single remote in the house. And I don't mean we physically lost them. No, they just disappeared. All of them. We have a TV in our room, a TV in the living room, and another in our bonus room downstairs. All 3 are missing their remotes, including the remotes to the Fire Sticks themselves. We replaced the remotes once, a month ago, only to have them disappear again. It's just us in this house. It's a brand new house. We're so confused. 2 nights ago, we woke up to the TVs being turned on, volume at full blast. No remotes anywhere to be found. It was so disorienting running around the house trying to silence the sound. My wife is becoming more and more paranoid and scared. This is not what buying our first house was supposed to feel like. I feel like I'm losing my mind. If anyone knows what we should do, please share. About 13 years ago, I lived in a really cool loft-style apartment in West LA. I'd just gotten a great job and was feeling pretty awesome about where I was in life. Sure, back then it was slightly easier to afford a place like this on your own in the area, but it was still quite an accomplishment for a 23-year-old me. The place had its initial small issues, but I was completely enamored by the fact that it was mine, and where it was location-wise, it was picture perfect. I couldn't see the beach, but I could smell it. Probably 2 weeks into living there, I started hearing noises above me in the loft. As you can imagine, it was slightly troubling since there was no attic. It was essentially the loft and then the roof. Critters? What kind of animals could mimic such a specific sound? The sound of actual steps on creaking wood. Still enamored, I let these noises slide for several weeks and just tried to make the place my own. Then something happened, and I couldn't let it slide. The apartment was a good 4 stories above ground. That's part of what gave it its charm. I wouldn't have to worry about people being able to just walk up to my window. Yes, I'd lived somewhere where that was possible and had happened. I don't even know how long I'd been living there. A few months for sure, but not quite 6 months because I know my lease wasn't up. It was my weekend off, so I was up at some crazy hour, still cooking up snacks and watching TV. I get my popcorn in a bowl, and as I turn off the kitchen light, I catch what I think is the reflection of a woman in the corner of my large front window. I sort of pause and turn the light back on. Still there. As the face slowly starts to fade away, I just stand there. This happens not once, but 3 times. Each time I try to debunk it before it fades, but I don't get the chance. I figure it has to be coming from somewhere else because 3 times in one night is unreal. I choose to forget about it after it doesn't show up again. But as I'm trying to fall asleep that night, I hear the same sounds above me that I've heard for months. But it hits me different this time. It feels like somehow the steps are closer to me. Something urges me to look out my window. I both don't want to and want to at the same time. So I look, horrified. I see the same face, but this time it's in the top right corner, upside down, as though it's peeking down from the roof. I felt a sort of nauseating wave of anxiety. It washed over me. My skin felt hot. I couldn't bring myself to look away. A woman's pale face, almost bloated like she'd been submerged in water. And then the face slowly moves out of frame. It doesn't fade quite like the last time. I didn't sleep that night. I kept looking at the window, but she never appeared again. I would have dreams about her, though. The same pale, bloated face. She was soaking wet, and she never said a word. I just felt this overwhelming feeling that she was real. After that night, everything was really getting to me, and I knew I had to get out of there. I wasn't sleeping. The noises were getting louder. At least they felt that way. And it also felt like I wasn't alone. I hated the feeling. If this thing needed help, I guess I just wasn't the person for the job because I broke my lease. It took some pleading and negotiating with my landlord, but in the end, it worked out. I got myself a much less haunted place. It wasn't as nice, but at least I was actually alone. So this happened when I was a kid, and my family and I lived in North Carolina. Our house was surrounded by woods, and there were only a few neighbors around us. Every once in a while during the night, at around midnight, I would just lay in bed, but I couldn't sleep. I felt a creepy vibe, like something or someone was watching me. Sometimes I would hear footsteps coming from the attic above my bedroom. It sounded like someone was walking around. One time, I went outside my bedroom into the hallway, but everyone in my family was sleeping and their doors were closed. So I went back to my bedroom and closed the door. I was laying in my bed again, and I heard the footsteps in the attic. Then I heard something fall in my closet. I was so scared that I ran into my parents' bedroom and woke them up. They were confused at first, but then I explained to them what I heard. My mom and dad said it was probably just my imagination, and they didn't believe me. They walked with me back to my bedroom. They looked around my bedroom and then went inside my closet. There was a board game that had spilled all over the closet floor. It was in the back of the shelf at the top of my closet, so there was no way it could have fallen without someone pushing it off. My parents helped me clean it up and put it back on the shelf. They said there was nothing to be scared of, and they put me back to bed. They went back to bed too, and a few minutes after they left, I heard someone whispering something. It sounded like they were calling my name. Then I saw a shadow that looked like a person walking across the wall by my closet. I thought it was a ghost, and I started freaking out again. I grabbed my pillow and blanket, and I went to sleep on my parents' bedroom floor. After that, I slept on their floor for a few more nights. Eventually, I went back to sleeping in my bedroom, and when I would lay in bed again at around midnight, I still heard the footsteps in the attic. And that continued every once in a while, until we eventually moved away. To this day, I still don't know what or who that was, but it freaks me out. It was last month, I think the 10th of July. Me and my friends were in this kind of old, dank estate. It was an old building built in the 20th century. The owner of the house was a very influential man and also a judge. He died of a heart attack in one of the master bedrooms. The rent for the house was cheap, and we rented it for a week. After some Monopoly and other society games, we got bored and wandered around the house. One of our friends proposed that we watch a horror movie. We watched Evil Dead and Drag Me to Hell. After that, we got bored again. So, the next move was obviously to do something interesting, like a seance. We don't know how to do it, so we searched online, and we found something. After the seance, in which nothing happened, we went straight to the kitchen to eat some pizza. In the kitchen, above us, we heard some noises and some kind of footsteps. We went straight to one of the master bedrooms, but we didn't see anything, so we went back to the living room. We had to stay another day in the house before we left, so the next night we tried again to communicate with the departed. But again, nothing happened right then. The day that we had to leave, we saw a handprint on the TV screen. Also, one of our friends had lost his notebook and pen, while the other one, who slept in the bedroom where the footsteps were heard, had nightmares, and they couldn't rest all night, which was strange because he hadn't had any problems sleeping before sleeping in that room. But the strangest thing was when I turned around a bit to look at the house again, and I swear I saw something in one of the windows. Not an old man or something, but more like steam that somehow took the form of an entity, maybe a woman. It was a strange experience because almost everyone heard something, saw something, or experienced something. Everything was normal until we had that seance. This was in the afternoon, late May of this year. I remember it was later in the afternoon, early evening, but it was a slightly overcast and gray day, so I can't tell you from memory if it was dusk or earlier. I live near a nature conservation area in the Central Florida area. My husband and I were very fortunate to find our property, ample acreage, heavily wooded to the point where we cannot see our neighbors or any lights from their homes. We lovingly call our home the swamp. I was outside in our driveway, which is the only cleared space on our land. save for a natural circular clearing in our woods. I was walking back to our porch when, for some reason, I was compelled to turn and look back to the tree line, around 80 to 100 feet away from our house. I do want to note that there was not a single ounce of fear in me. In fact, I was quite calm when I made eye contact with it. At first, I didn't register what I was looking at. I knew it was an owl, which for my woods is not an uncommon sighting. But then it kind of shifted, and I saw more of it. It was not just an owl. It was the head of an owl, on what I can only describe as the shoulders of a human. And it looked like it were wearing a dark cloak, either made of dark foliage or feathers. It was tall, and from the trees around it, I guessed around 7 foot or so. It just looked at me, and I looked at it. I looked around and blinked, sincerely thinking it was a trick of the lighting, or my mind creating a thing where there was nothing. But no, when I looked back, it was still there, calm and unmoving. I myself was still unafraid, which is not normal for me as I can freak myself out easily. For some reason, I felt another urge, this time to nod. I nodded towards it, like I was showing my acknowledgement of it. It felt natural and the right thing to do, so then I turned and went into my house. I did not go back outside that day, but the next morning, I went back outside and stood in the same place on my porch to look at what it may have been. And there was nothing I could even remotely try to place as it. The space where it stood was between 2 trees at the opening to the forest line, leading back to the small clearing. There were no low-hanging branches, no large leaves, no anything that I could trick myself into believing was what I had actually seen. I have not seen it since then. I did some mild searching on the internet, but found nothing even remotely close to it. So I just let it go. Until today, when I'd heard another story about it an hour ago. Does anyone know what this might be? Has anyone else in Central Florida or anywhere seen anything like this? In high school, a group of friends and I purchased a Ouija board to play with. We decided my house was the best, so the 5 of us sat around the board in my bedroom one Friday night and began to play. The board was also glow-in-the-dark, adding to the spookiness. The first time was uneventful. The only entity we contacted said that its name was no one. The second time was much more memorable and terrifying. It was only my close friend and I in the room, playing in the dark. Music playing softly on my stereo. We asked the basic questions, and soon noticed our breath was visible. We were freezing. Now, my house was in the woods, and my room was notoriously cold during winter. So I turned my space heater on, and we continued. No one appeared again, and still our breath hung in the air, despite the heater going full blast. The radio began to jump stations, and the volume raised and lowered. Loud static filled the room, so I shut it off. The stereo jumped back on, lights flashing, country music blaring, even though we hadn't been listening to country. Unnerved but also excited, my friend and I laughed, asking no one more questions. Feverishly, the planchette flew across the board, sometimes right out of our hands. Besides predicting some minor events, we laughed off the encounter, and the Ouija board was put in my closet for safekeeping. The novelty had worn off, or at least no one wanted to play with the board anymore. Some had bad dreams or just bad feelings. Meanwhile, I felt a dark presence following me, almost like an eerie shadow that I could feel but not see. One night while in bed, the doors of my closet burst open, the radio blared on, and my lights flickered. This happened a few more times on various nights before my paranoia got the better of me, and I began to look up how to dispose of a Ouija board. Obviously, we had released something sinister. I learned that burning it was a bad idea, so my next option was a burial deep in my parents' woods. So one rainy afternoon when nobody was home, I took the board and a shovel, and I hiked deep into the forest behind my house. I dug a hole the best that I could, and I buried the board deep in the mud. I had terrible nightmares for weeks that I would come home from school to find the muddy board on my bed, but no such thing ever happened. My closet would still burst open, and the radio turn on randomly. My room stayed freezing cold most of the year. For years, I felt haunted and followed by something dark. It has subsided over the years, but I still have encounters. TVs turn on or my things go missing and suddenly appear. The encounters feel much less sinister than before, so I think whatever or whoever no one was, it wasn't good. I think the board opened me up to the encounters, but only the first felt dark or, dare I say, evil. I have found as long as I tell them that I know they're there, the events stop. I'm not sure what I encountered, or if it still follows me now. I'm a DJ from Michigan who'd like to remain anonymous purely because if I ever make it big, I don't want the story of how I almost died in a vocal booth to follow me. But golly, I'd sure like to share my recent experience. So, like I said, I'm a DJ, and recently my associates and I purchased an underground space to set up our recording studio. Upon purchasing this space, we also splurged and spent thousands on soundproofing it. Like, once you close the door, silence. Nothing on the outside can be heard from within, and vice versa. Pros are that we can artistically explore the whomps and fat stomps of our music without bothering the haters. People always talk shit till they see you at Coachella. But soundproofing this bad boy and going underground meant no cell reception. In order to make a call, you had to go out the studio doors, down a hallway, up some stairs, to the outside. No distractions down there. But sometimes your girl gets mad, asking you why you ain't picking up. You with those girls, huh? And you just gotta brush it off. That's the sacrifice for art. Okay, so back in late 2020, just before Christmas, I'm down getting our new Midas 64 channel digital mixer board all hooked up. And as I'm under the board plugging in cords, all the lights in the studio go off. I don't flinch though, just get up and flick them back on. When I go back under the board, they turn off again. I won't lie, I got a little shook. I just laid there in the dark, waiting for one of my buddies to come in, because I thought someone had to be fucking with me. I wasn't expecting anyone, but it would be right up their alley to do something like this. Eventually, when nobody came back through the studio doors, I got up and turned the lights on again. I then looked out the studio doors and even went up the stairs outside to the parking lot. My car was still the only one there. I go down, shut and lock the studio door this time, and continue plugging in this massive mixing board. An hour later, the board's done, and I enter the rectangular cuboid that is our vocal booth. I Googled what a three-dimensional rectangle is, and it said a rectangular cuboid, so if that gives you a better idea of what our vocal booth looks like in this big padded room. It's a 7x7 vocal booth with a little window to see out of. I'm in there setting up the mics, and out go the lights again. As I scramble for the door handle, I realize it's jammed. The whole door is stuck. I'd eventually discover that somehow our rolling chair was pushed under the vocal booth handle from the outside. No panicking for me, though. At least not yet. I reached into my pocket to grab my phone, only it wasn't there. I peered out the small little window, but it was pitch black. I was sure that I'd left it on the mixing board, but I couldn't really be sure. Then it hit me that none of that mattered. There was no cell service in this place. For probably too long, I attempted to open the vocal booth door, thinking it was just stuck and needed a couple of gentle pushes. I really wasn't ready to destroy something that I'd already spent weeks putting together. After what I can only imagine was hours, I changed my tune a bit. I began the process of trying to break through the door, and I was not successful. The aftermath would tell me that I was pretty damn successful at destroying the door, but not any closer to getting it open. It was at that moment I knew I was locked inside of a vocal booth within a giant soundproof room, underground, alone, on a Friday. I was fucked. Time was almost impossible to keep track of. I didn't have my phone, and there were no windows to the outside in the studio. It was pitch black everywhere. I was getting antsy, or maybe more accurately, I was getting scared. But more importantly, I was getting thirsty and hungry and all of the other things that you get on a normal day. What if I have to pee? I thought to myself. Then, of course, I had to pee. That worry was short-lived, though, because as soon as I thought about the fact that I had to pee, I heard something. Something or someone was humming. It sounded like it was just outside the door. At this point, I was sitting down, so I shot up and looked out the little window. Nothing. Still total darkness. I put my ear up to the door, and the humming was definitely coming from outside the door. And it was definitely a woman making the sound. I remember calling out, "Hello?" and immediately feeling like a total nutcase. Like, who exactly did I think I was talking to? But I got a response. "Hello?" I practically threw myself into the back wall of the booth. The response was in my voice, like an exact replica of my voice being thrown back at me. It wasn't an echo. First of all, not even possible in this booth. But secondly, it took a few good seconds for the word to be repeated back to me. I slid down the wall, feeling true fear for the first time. I wasn't sure what the fuck was going on. I just wanted the lights to come back on at least. After only a couple of moments of silence, the humming was back. It was accompanied by what I could only place as footsteps. But they sounded like they were walking on wood floors. We didn't have wood floors. We put carpet over the wood flooring as it was better for soundproofing. I was losing it. I stood back up and shouted for anyone, yelling hello this time, over and over, pounding on the door. Ignoring the fact that no one could hear me, I continued on yelling as I threw myself into the door, over and over again. As I did, I thought I was hearing the sound of the door splitting. But then, when I stopped slamming against the door, I could still hear the cracking sound of the wood. Even more, I could hear the sound of someone slamming against the door. I reached out toward the door, and sure enough, I could feel it shaking like a door would if someone was slamming their body into it, but from the other side. Shaking like it had just a moment ago when I was throwing myself against it. And suddenly, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I was sure that if I could see anything, it would be blurry because of how lightheaded I was. I felt the air leaving my lungs, and the last thing I heard was that fucking humming. I must have passed out. I remember waking up, but everything was still dark. Like there was nothing my eyes could adjust to. And just like before, I felt like I couldn't breathe. And then I was out. The next thing I remember is being slapped in the face. Not hard, just enough to snap me out of it, I guess, wake me up. The lights were back on. That was the first thing I noticed. And standing over me was one of my associates, asking if I was all right. My vision was blurry, but behind him, I swear I could see the silhouette of a woman or someone with long hair. I blinked my eyes a bunch, and once my vision was clear, I could see that it was just me and this other person. I got your phone call, but I couldn't hear anything, not really well. Thought I should check on you. Went by your apartment, but you weren't there. Figured I'd come by the studio and make sure you were all right. How long have you been in here? All night? What a loaded statement all of this was. Like, what the fuck? Phone call? There's no way I called anyone. And all night, what time was it? I still had no idea. So I asked, what time is it? It's almost 10. 10. Like 10 p.m. Friday or 10 a.m. Saturday. He looks at me, real confused. Concerned, maybe. No, 10 a.m., but it's Sunday, man. Sunday morning. Have you been in here since Friday night? Wait, what day is it? It's Sunday. Sunday. What the fuck? I went into the booth Friday, early evening from what I could remember. How in the hell did I lose an entire day? And how was I okay? My associate's the one that told me about the chair being stuck against the handle of the booth. He tells me this and then kind of laughs and asks if I had a girl with me or something. He points to my neck. I move over to the mirror on the studio wall, and I can see on my neck, it looks like bruises, or, to my associate, hickeys. But I hadn't been with anyone. I was processing that information while still trying to figure out what the shit had happened. And then I left. I don't even think I said goodbye or thanks for saving my life. And I know that I shouldn't have driven, but I did. I just drove to my apartment, turned on the TV and every single light in the house, and honestly, zoned out for a while. I felt super weird, not tired, but not rested. And that feeling lasted all day. When night came, I had a newfound fear of the dark. I eventually fell asleep, but with the lights on. After that, I hate to say it, but I had a hard time going to the studio. Not gonna lie, I was scared shitless. Naturally, that couldn't last forever. All the money that I'd invested, and the fact that the studio was essentially my livelihood, is my livelihood. So, yeah, I've gone back. I even spend time there alone. But if I'm being honest, I haven't been back in the vocal booth yet. We're coming up on almost a year now. My associates haven't had any strange experiences, at least not that they're willing to admit. Every now and again, since then, I hear those familiar footsteps, though. The ones that sound like they're on wood floors. Yeah, I try to tune those out the best I can. Thank you, headphones. I'm a hunter, and I like to hunt wild boar specifically. Though I've been deer hunting and have been known to get a turkey for Thanksgiving, I mostly hunt boar. For those of you that don't know, boar are a big problem in the United States. A sow can have 2 litters a year, and it's not uncommon for a litter to consist of 10 or more pigs. Given that pigs eat anything and everything, it's not hard to see why the Department of Fish and Wildlife makes it legal to hunt them with almost no restrictions. In my state, it's illegal to hunt most large mammals with night or thermal vision scopes, with the exception of boar and coyote. I'd been saving for a year, mostly fun money. It's hard to explain to your wife that a scope that cost literally twice as much as the rifle I was mounting it on was worth it. But I did it. I took it to a range and sighted it in. There was an area that was peppered with boar activity that I knew would be perfect for a night hunt. It was easily accessible with my truck to find spots that I could set up that overlooked a large, easy-to-navigate clearing. The night started uneventful, mostly me tinkering with my new toy, cycling through settings. I was a little impatient. I spotted multiple deer, but they were out of season, and like I mentioned earlier, my current setup wasn't legal for deer. I moved to another spot I'd seen days earlier. That probably wasn't much better than my first, but it gave me something to do, and a new angle to look around with my new scope. After an hour or so of glassing the area, it dawned on me. This spot doesn't have much animal activity at all. No rabbit or owls. The deer that I'd seen were hundreds of yards from where I was. Why was this pocket of land so dead at night, but lively in the day? I'd set up around 10 p.m., and it was about 2 a.m. when I started to think about packing up. Maybe setting up a target before I left and taking some practice shots. I heard a crunch come from the direction I came from before. I panned my scope over and saw the silhouette of a small bear pushing through the bushes. It's important to note that my scope isn't exactly night vision. It's a thermal scope, kind of like black and white version of what you see in the Predator movies. I adjusted my range and zoomed in a little. I remember jolting a little when I saw that it wasn't really a bear. It was a man. Because he was so low and hunched over, I thought I was looking at a young bear. Was that a game warden? It couldn't be. I would have seen the headlights coming up the road from where I was perched. And where could he have walked from? I was 30 miles away from anything on public lands. I was about to call out when I adjusted my sights and noticed he was naked. No shoes, pants, or anything. I remember being disturbed by his movements, like a squirrel or something, twitchy and grabbing at the foliage, sniffing around and palming the tree. Was that my tree? The one that I'd been leaning against earlier? The thought terrified me. Could he smell me? Then he did something I still have nightmares about today. He squatted and placed his hands in the dirt between his feet and stared straight up like a dog mid-howl. And I heard it. A voice coming from that direction. A very compelling female voice. There was a long pause, but neither of us moved a muscle. The center of my sights was trained at the dirt in front of his feet. I couldn't bring myself to aim directly at another person. It went against everything I'd been taught about firearms. Were they lost? Was this some guy that had gone crazy out here? Why was his voice so feminine? The voice called out. That's when I called bullshit. Not only could he walk, when I first saw him, he was traversing the land with ease for a naked person. So good I mistook him for a bear. That's a fucking trap. This guy's trying to lure me to him like a damsel in distress routine. Luckily, the lack of activity before had caused me to pack up most of my gear. I think I may have left behind a hat and a sitting pad, but I didn't give a shit in that moment. I took my eyes off of him for a moment to get my pack on. I buckled my chest strap and scrambled for my rifle. To my horror, he was in the same position, but his face was staring in my direction, and I swear, I saw a smile. The thermal scope has an effect that makes animals' eyes appear white. How the hell had he heard me get up and put my gear on? He must have been easily over 150 yards away. "Fuck off!" I screamed in that direction. He stood upright, and it hit me how tall and skinny he was. Easily 6 feet and very lean. He took a couple of long strides in my direction, and I instinctively sent a round sailing above his head into the tree line. He was freaky as hell, but he hadn't threatened me. What would I tell the cops? I was unwilling and unready to shoot someone. He stopped dead in his tracks and hunched down on all fours. "The next one will fuck you up. Go away." He stayed on all fours, and this time, I had my sights trained on the center of him. His eyes were just above the grass, like a large cat or something. I was trying to stop my trembling, and knew that my voice had cracked a little on that last warning. I was terrified. That standoff probably lasted a minute or two, maybe less, but it felt like forever. In an instant, he bolted left toward the tree line opposite the road. So much for not being able to walk. I could barely keep him in my scope. He was moving so fast. He disappeared into the brush, and I sent another bullet sailing high in his direction. I racked another round and tried to pocket that mag and swap it for a fresh one. But I dropped it, and I didn't bother looking for it. I wasn't far from my truck, and I wanted to get out of there. I could hear him in the distance, yelling in this weird sound that could have been a laugh or a cry. I scrambled up the trail and arrived at my truck, breathless. I tossed my gear into the cab, but kept the rifle in the passenger seat and sped off. For the longest time, I told that story from the perspective of having spotted some deranged crackhead living off the land, like some kind of caveman. I reported it to Fish and Game, but all they did was scold me for hunting at night alone. Never received an update. It wasn't until I told this story at a camping trip with my nephew, and he told me about wendigos, rakes, skinwalkers. My story scared the piss out of him because the spot we were camping was technically the same forest I'd seen the bastard, just 50 miles east of it. He was so spooked his mom, my cousin, had to take him home. She was really pissed. I've gone down the rabbit hole on these scary stories. I'm not saying what I saw definitely was a wendigo or a skinwalker. I'm saying that if such a thing exists, I may have dodged quite the bullet that night. Or maybe it was just a tweaker, being Donnie Thornberry in the middle of the night. Either way, thought I'd share. Things haven't been going well for me these last couple of years, and I've had to move back into my mom's house for the first time in 15-ish years to try to get back up on my feet. I'm really grateful for the space, and I'm trying to stay positive, but I really wish it didn't come to this. I have bad memories here, and I dread any prolonged time I have to spend here, especially when it comes to sleeping. Sorry if I go on some tangents. I'm just kind of describing some of the normal reasons this place probably creeps me out so much before I get into the actual creepy thing. Just after high school, I had a traumatic work injury, near-death fall. I moved back in just for a couple of months while I couldn't work. I had to drop out of college, get out of a lease, about 3 months before I could walk again, and 6 before I could use my left hand and forearm again. In those couple of months, I had really vivid, horrifying dreams. probably exacerbated by all of the pain relievers I was being prescribed while recovering. So bad dreams, lots of them. Sometimes falling out of bed, waking myself or others up while yelling in my sleep. Waking up drenched in sweat with my heart racing. I'd have dreams within dreams, all usually taking place in the room I was sleeping in. So when I did actually wake up, I couldn't even be sure of it. Also, I was having sleep paralysis, usually when I dozed off. If you haven't had sleep paralysis, it usually feels like your eyes are open, like after a dreamless sleep or coming out of a dream. And then you notice you can't move your body, and then you start panicking because you can't control your breath. And it's so slow and faint that you feel like you're suffocating. If I was coming out of a dream when this happened, I'd see specific parts of the usually horrifying dream mixed in with the real world, all while not being able to move or breathe or call for help. After a couple of months, things got really tense. I moved out for the next half of my life, dreaded any time I needed to look after the place overnight. It's about 2:30 a.m. now, and it's just me and this creepy house. When we moved in, I was 8 years old. I shared a room with my little sister, next to the water heater and breaker box under the stairs. In that room's closet, there was a small access door into a portion of the wall opposite the utilities. I've done some home contract work and handyman stuff over the years. I don't really know why a section of that basement wall had a crawl space in it. Maybe 1.5 feet wide, and wider than any other wall in the house. I used to squirrel toys away in it until some of those toys went missing. Anyways, that room creeped me out as a child, and I ended up sleeping on a couch in a different room until enough relatives had moved out or passed on that I could have my own room, which was by the time I was in high school. Cut to a couple of years ago. I was doing some repair work for my folks over here, replacing and installing a shower vent through their roof. And I needed to kill the power to the utilities through that room. It's now used for storage. While I was in there, I remembered that little door to the wall crawl space and figured I'd take a look at it and see what the reason for it was. When I swung the closet door open, I was shocked to find that there was no access door or panel into the wall. It was just drywall, no access. I asked my dad if he took the door out or drywalled over it. He didn't remember there ever being one. I chalked this up to false memories from my childhood. Even told a few close friends about how weird it was that I was so sure there used to be a door there. Because I was so sure I'd lost things in it, and I'd gotten creeped out enough to spend years not sleeping in that room. Cut to a few days ago. I've almost finished moving in. I'm putting salt in the water softener. The closet door is open, and as I'm leaving the room, I can see hinges running up the wall on the inside of the closet. So I open the closet some more and can see the door is there, just like I remembered. Impossible. It simply wasn't there a couple of years ago, and I confirmed it with people then. The hanger shelves in the closet are blocking the top of it, and there's a bunch of crap on the floor, so I'll need to move that in order to actually open the thing. Weirder, on the door of the closet is an old poster growth chart my mom used for me when I was little. I recognized it immediately, but I haven't seen or thought about it since I was really little. I don't remember it ever being hung on that door or even in that room. You wouldn't be able to check a kid's height from stuffed inside a closet and behind a hanger bar. Cut to now. I saw the light on in that room, even though I was the last one in. Both doors of the closet are closed now, again, even though I left them open. And no one's been here. No one's here. I feel like I'm going crazy. After work tomorrow, I'll empty that closet out and take pictures of the access door inside the wall and post it in a reply. Sweet dreams. This is by no means the only encounter or story I have, just probably the weirdest. No, it is the weirdest, I'd say, without a doubt. My home is next door to a friend's, whom I grew up with. His parents live across the road from him and kitty-corner to me. There's a field in between my friend's house and mine. I'm telling you all of this because location and home placement becomes relevant soon. So my neighbor's oldest daughter started messing with a Ouija board. I don't know if that's what started all of this, as we'd had incidents in the past, but all of this particular phenomenon that I'm talking about here, happened after. I tried to tell her that she didn't need to mess with it, that she didn't understand the extent of the things she was attempting to contact. She's about 14 and didn't listen. I know people play with them often, but I personally believe that they can let things in that you don't want. Anyway, a few weeks after this, my neighbor's stepson saw a light shining in his bedroom window. He went outside to investigate and found nothing. The light began to make an appearance in all three of the houses I mentioned: my neighbor's, his parents across the road, and mine. I'm grown, but I live with my mother because of a seizure disorder that I have, and I can't control it on my own. So my mom says one night, "I see a light." She said it looked like a flashlight through her window, but shining on the ceiling. I went out to investigate, quite pissed off because I thought someone was messing with my mom. I couldn't find anyone, so I called the cops. The deputy shows up and takes me around with him investigating, then makes a very interesting point that there was dew on the grass, even though it was night and my footprints were the only ones visible. Interesting and strange, I thought. Well, my neighbor's mom starts seeing this light every night in her bedroom. She sleeps on one end of the house and her husband on the other because he has to get up very early for work. So every time she looks out the window, there's nothing to be seen. She also starts to see what looks similar to a laser pointer doing the same shine through the window onto the ceiling thing. It apparently was not exactly like a laser pointer, but very similar. Now, here's where things start to get strange. My neighbor was in his garage and he saw the laser pointer thing on the wall of his garage. This was at night, and he was out in his garage smoking a cigarette. He stepped outside and sees nothing. Walks back in his garage, and it's back on his wall. Then he said it spread out, morphed into a weird, ancient-looking religious image, like something out of ancient Eastern religions. He said it was just like a Buddhist-type religious image. He didn't describe it really any better than that. So fast forward a few days. His mom had still been seeing this stuff, the lights, laser-like image, continually, every night. So he asks me to sit with him in the shadows outside his house and watch his mom's house. Her bedroom is facing his yard. We sat out there for about an hour or so, and we're actively watching her house for anything whatsoever, lights, movement, etc. We see nothing. But she texts him, saying that the lights are shining in her window. We saw nothing at all. So we took off to her yard and walked behind her shed where the lawnmowers are to get a better look. And on the way to the shed, he spun around and he said, "Man, do you smell that?" I did. I smelled something burning, like burning leaves mixed with sulfur. We looked around the shed toward the main part of the yard and lawn. There's a streetlight at the house right next door to them, so we had a good view of her lawn from this angle. And we saw that there was a haze or fog in her yard only. We thought that maybe someone had been burning something, but also thought it was strange that it was only in her yard. We spoke about this for literally 10 seconds behind this shed, and he said, "Hey, the smell is gone." I realized that he was right, and we looked around the corner of the shed, and the fog was completely gone. This would not happen in 10 seconds. Well, about a week later, his mom is getting fed up with the nightly light show. Instead of looking out her bedroom window as usual and finding nothing, she starts looking out the other windows. My house is kitty corner across the road from theirs, so when she gets to her living room, she looks over at my house and notices that there's fog behind my house. There are woods like 30 feet or so behind my house. She said it was in the woods and extended just into my yard. She said that it was dimly backlit as well. Not brightly, but noticeably. Okay, so here's where things get weirder. She says that at this point, 4 or 5 strange translucent figures come out of the fog into my yard, right outside my bedroom, by the way. And they went into the field between mine and my neighbor's house. She said that they were human-shaped, roughly, but very strange looking. She didn't go into very much detail about their features because she couldn't see the features very well from where she was. She said they looked somewhat like a hologram, but not exactly. I'm not sure what she means by that. She just couldn't fully describe their appearance. She said they came from the fog haze and into the field, and that they glided over the ground without taking steps. She also said that they kept getting in a group and bending over or squatting down, kneeling to the ground and doing something. She didn't have a clue what they were doing, but it made her think of a digging motion. So they glided across the field, across the road, through her yard, and past her house, toward the barn in her woods. She said that when she saw them pass by her house, the lights appeared on her ceiling, in her room. She said that they made this strange journey back and forth a total of 5 times that night, all one after the other. This was a big deal in my little neighborhood for weeks, and then all the activity just stopped. That's basically it, and I just don't know what to make of it all. Lately, I've been getting into the habit of reading the latest true ghost stories before going to bed. Yesterday, my wife, seeing me absorbed in these stories before bed, asks me what I was reading. When I explain to her, she says, "It reminds me of the story I told you, the one when I was still in high school with my grandmother." I didn't remember her story at all, but she refreshed my memory, and after listening to the story, I asked her if I could share it here, which she accepted. So, some backstory. My wife and I are from the Horn of Africa, and a lot of things that I read are very present in our culture, whether it's men and women turning into hyenas at night, people living with spirits surrounding them, etc. I don't believe in these stories, not all of them, even though I myself have experienced some very strange things. So to tell my wife's story, I'm going to write it in first person because it's more convenient for me. So here it is. I was still in high school at the time. My grandmother often came to visit us at home. As usual, she often came to talk to my mother about things in general. I only remember that every Thursday, she held a kind of coffee ceremony with my mom, which is very common in our culture. Surprisingly, I never asked myself this question before traveling abroad, but it's true. Our coffee ceremonies, not only ours at home, but in our country in general, are very much like a kind of religious ritual. We roast the coffee, we light a lot of incense so the room is filled with smoke, and often we recite prayers. It is often said that it cleanses and purifies the home. That day, I stayed with my grandmother and mother in the room where they were holding the coffee ceremony. I listened to them talk, and out of tiredness, I started to doze off. my head resting right next to my grandmother. After a while, my mother and grandmother stopped talking, and I felt that something was happening around me. I was wide awake, but I didn't want to show it. I don't know why, but I pretended like I was still asleep. After a while, I heard my grandmother speaking, but it wasn't her. It was a very husky and masculine voice. My grandmother, or whoever had taken her place, greeted my mother. My mother replied with a lot of respect, but above all, a lot of naturalness. At that time, I had problems with my tonsils, and my mother was very worried. She asked the spirit if I was going to recover from my tonsil problems, and the spirit told her not to worry, that everything would be fine. It was strange, my mother addressing my grandmother in the plural, as if she was talking to several people. She spent at least 20 minutes asking all sorts of questions, which my grandmother answered. The spirits possessing my grandmother finally warned my mother that my grandmother was not doing as they commanded, and that this is why she was in poor health. They told my mother that my grandmother must never miss the Thursday coffee ceremony, or she would have to pay the consequences, which was her health, I guess. After 20 or 30 minutes, my grandmother came to her senses and asked my mother what they said. My mother told her that she had to follow what they told her to do in order to stay healthy. All the while, I was petrified and didn't want to show that I was awake. Okay, so that's my wife's story. And I was talking to my wife about this last night. I still say I don't believe in these stories in general, though it is amazing that stories like skinwalkers are so prevalent in our culture. It was common knowledge that a neighbor turned into a hyena some nights, and many other stories about people you meet every day but spend some nights in the middle of wild animals, or people living with spirits, even the spirits manifesting themselves in front of you, etc. Finally, to conclude, I think that what happened with the grandmother in question is a possession that we call SARA in our country. Basically, some people live with spirits inside of them that give them orders in order to appease the spirits. For some spirits, it is to read Quranic or biblical verses every night. For others, it is to do coffee ceremonies every week. The most amazing thing about my wife's story is that it is completely integrated into the culture, and that people even seek advice from these spirits who possess people. By the way, the funny thing is that my mother is possessed by this type of spirit as well. For her, she also has to organize a coffee ceremony, but only once a year, when she makes an animal sacrifice, usually sheep or chicken, and she's dressed entirely in red from dawn to dusk. I know it's super weird, but I come from a very traditional country. For us, it is totally normal. Okay, so me and my boyfriend live together with one roommate. There's 5 animals in the house, 2 dogs and 3 cats. Small, unexplainable stuff has happened in the house, such as doors opening by themselves or stuff being out of place. But nothing big before this. There's been 3 incidents so far. My boyfriend saw it twice, and myself once. We have the kitchen and lounge room right next to each other. The sofa was against the kitchen counter on the other side. My boyfriend was standing in the kitchen and through the window saw one of our dogs outside, standing up behind a small fire pit thing. But a second later, he looked at the couch and saw the same dog asleep, laying on the couch. A few days later, he saw the same thing, but this time with one of our cats, again looking through the kitchen window. The time that I saw something similar goes like this. 2 dogs started barking outside at something, really angrily barking, which is unusual. My boyfriend went outside to go check on them. In our room, we have a long, skinny window on top of the wall, which faces the front gate where the dogs were barking. I see another one of our cats, cat number 2, walking away towards the garden in our front yard, on the other side of the gate. I just assume the cat jumped the gate, and the dogs were barking at that. My boyfriend got back inside, and I told him it was all good. They were just barking at cat number 2. He looked confused and told me that that cat was asleep on the couch inside. I went and looked, and yes, she was asleep on the couch. I felt really uneasy after that. Now, before you think it, I know the cat outside was my cat. It had the exact same collar and the exact same coloring and patterns. I know I didn't mistake a stray cat or anything like that. I'm just not sure what it could be at all. We did some small research and thought maybe skinwalkers, but I honestly have no idea. If anyone has any advice or knows what it could be, please let me know. This happened a few minutes ago. I had just taken out of the oven my freshly baked vanilla cinnamon raisin cakes, and I wanted to snap a photo of them to send to my best friend and to my aunt. My camera had the AI option activated because I forgot to disable it after an outing on Friday night. So as I turned my camera toward the kitchen table, the AI sign showed the food sign for 1 second, since I had snapped a picture of the cakes. And then the next second, when facing the kitchen table and kitchen door, it showed the person sign. The person sign appears when the AI features detects a person's presence. The thing is, I was alone. My parents are napping, and my sister is in her room studying. My aunt is working at her boyfriend's family's farm to finish before sundown and the rain comes. The house is my mom's and aunt's childhood home. My grandma lived in it from 1983 up to 2017, where she died in her sleep in her room, aka my parents' current bedroom. All of us have experienced something that might be considered as a presence, either by feeling a hand on our backs, shoulders, or heads, as I've mentioned before in other posts. But never on camera or radio, although my computer at times opens by itself in the middle of the night or day when it's in sleep mode, but I don't think that has anything to do with a ghost. I found it odd that the person sign remained for a moment when I placed the camera in the same spot again. The second after I realized what had happened, it showed nothing. If there's a ghost after all, I think it's either my grandma or my grandpa, or both of them, keeping an eye on us. Maybe they, she, he wanted to see how the cakes turned out. So I have a bunch of the same guitar pick. Same size, brand, shape, and thickness, but some are red and some are black. I was playing and I put my pick down right beside me on the couch. I look away for a second. I look back and it disappeared. I figured, things fall into the couch and whatnot. I get up and I grab another, this time a black one. I play for a while, and I again put the pick down in the same place. I look away, and this one disappears too. I think, God damn it, these picks really do disappear like crazy. A common trope amongst guitarists. I say fuck it, and I go do something else for a while. I come back to my guitar, and right in the same spot is my original red pick. So confusing. 2 picks disappear, and the original pick rematerialized. Had a pretty terrifying thing happen to me the other night. A bit of backstory, I'm 18 and a leader in a Boy Scouts of America troop. The troop I'm affiliated with is about 50 minutes from where I live, And to get to it, you have to go through a larger town of 50,000 plus people. This town is split in half by a river, and the part of the city north of the river is considered to be the rougher part of town, with a higher homeless population. After the scout meeting, I drove around town to see all the Christmas lights, and eventually I made my way into the rougher area. I drove past some nice decorations and turned down a side street. There were street lights at every intersection, but it was nearly pitch black in between the streets, right where the alley is. As I turned, I saw someone in a black coat just standing in the middle of the road, right where the alley is, with their arms at their sides. They started walking towards me slowly and raised their arms up in the air like they were signaling me. I had recently watched a video where a young woman waved a car down on a dark road and had people with her, and had what I could only guess were evil intentions. As soon as I saw this person in the darkest part of the street, my blood ran cold, and I backed up and drove away as fast as I could, while still paralyzed with fear. In hindsight, I probably could have called police dispatch to see if that person had actually needed help, but who knows? I should really invest in a dash cam. A few months ago, I was at the local coin laundromat. The laundromat is pretty small, closer to the edge of the beach town that I live in. The town is pretty well known for drifters and people experiencing homelessness. Most people are friendly, and though there's a lot of drug use, I've never really felt scared. I went late because I had been studying that day. It was around 10 p.m. Everything was fine until I went to move my laundry to the dryer. I was listening to music on my headphones, but not super loudly. Suddenly, I got the feeling that someone was watching me. I can't really explain it, I just felt the presence. I turned around, and there was a man standing just a few feet away from me. He was a guy with pink hair who was wearing a full face mask, like a ski mask, a hoodie, gloves, and sunglasses, even though it was dark out. The gloves and sunglasses immediately made me feel uncomfortable. I thought maybe he was a drifter or high, but I didn't want to be rude. I tried to laugh it off and told him he surprised me. He immediately started talking. A lot of it was disjointed, and it just didn't make any sense. He was talking about coming up from Brazil to bring my brother money to get a classic car. Again, none of it really made much sense, but he would ask me questions and wait for me to respond, so I tried to just play along. I still thought he was probably just high or something, but he was standing between me and the only door, and I started getting this gut feeling that he was blocking the door on purpose, not just accidentally as he talked to me. He was getting closer to me as he talked, and the feeling got stronger. Logically, something was off, but mostly, I just had this feeling in the pit of my stomach that I needed to leave and keep him talking until I could. I started to edge to the side, but he stayed in front of me, and the feeling got more intense. I started to grip my keys in an attack position, just in case. He talked more and then backed off a little. He took off his backpack, which was a child's unicorn backpack, and he set it on a nearby dryer. I looked over to the door for just a second, and when I looked back, he was pulling out something that I couldn't see and holding it to the side behind him, concealing it from me. But I did see what was in his backpack. Duct tape. Instantly, it was just like an alarm went off. There was no more worrying about being rude, no more second-guessing myself that he was just off but harmless. It was like this cold, numb dread just washed over me. I almost felt calm, like I knew the next steps, knew that I had to do something. Time seemed to move in slow motion, and he turned back to me, not saying anything anymore, and took a step forward. I gripped my keys as tightly as possible and tried to mentally prepare to fight. I remember being afraid that I would move too slow or be too weak, like in a nightmare. But all of a sudden, the door to the laundromat opens, and a woman walked in. Barely even looking at us, she just went to get her laundry. It was like a scene in a movie, a moment of intensity just interrupted by something innocuous, and suddenly, it's over. He just turned, got his bag, and left. I was so scared I just stayed there a minute, until I could get my laundry and just go home. I didn't report it. I never knew what to say since nothing had actually happened. But when I think about it, I think the scariest thing is that he left as soon as someone walked in. If he was just crazy, it wouldn't have mattered. I think a stranger's laundry timer saved me from something terrible. I don't go to the laundromat anymore. I joined a laundry service. The extra cost is worth it to never go back. So to the man with the pink hair and the unicorn backpack, let's not meet again. During the summer, before I got my puppy, I would stay up until about 4 or 5 a.m., finishing schoolwork for a math program I'd signed up for. I was staying in the back bedroom on the first floor, and I decided I wanted a 3 a.m. snack. I walked down the hallway and stopped when I heard the oven beeping. The time read exactly 3:01. The oven makes a beeping noise when you push the buttons. So I was confused, and then gradually more terrified as I heard the beeping continue. I watched as the oven screen was filled with flashing orange placeholders, which I had never seen before, each one beeping as it was entered. And then a bunch of ones and zeros, which were entered much quicker. There was no one there, and I'd never seen the oven do this before. It was as if someone was typing in the numbers. I was freaking out now, but as I moved into full view of the kitchen, toward the stairs to go wake up my parents, it stopped. I froze on the stairs and waited. The oven screen made 1 or 2 more beeping sounds, and then returned to its usual green digital clock. I was horrified. By this time, I realized that it would be useless to wake up my parents, as there was no evidence of this happening. There was no immediate danger, and they probably wouldn't believe me anyways. I went straight to bed after that, believing I had seen something I wasn't supposed to. Back in summer of 2020, I was 14. I would spend a lot of time with my cousin, and we both loved going on walks and would always walk the neighborhood near her house. One night I was spending the night over, and we decided to go on a walk. It was around 10 p.m. I'd like to preface this by saying that the roads weren't well lit, so it was very dark. We were used to that, so we weren't scared at all. While we were walking, a white Jeep started driving very close to us. The guy who was driving lowered his window, and there was another guy with him. They both seemed to be about 25 years old. The guys were just weirdly staring at us for like 2 minutes. Then the guy in the driver's seat started asking weird questions like, "Are you girls not scared of the dark?" And after asking this, he drove away. Me and my cousin were relieved, thinking that it was just a joke. But unfortunately, we noticed the Jeep's lights on the road, and it seemed like they were going back and forth before coming to our level again. And this time, It was the guy in the passenger seat who talked. He asked if we wanted a ride home, and then he said, "We will take care of you," while smiling. And at that moment, my cousin's eyes opened wide. After that, they drove away again. My cousin and I were petrified. We couldn't even speak. We were still hearing the Jeep, so we didn't want to run home. We were scared they would follow us home. We didn't have our phones because we usually don't take them on our walks. So we hid inside a garden behind some trees for 10 minutes. The Jeep came back, but fortunately they didn't see us. When the lights disappeared, we sprinted home. We got there and cried a lot. She told me that she got so scared because she noticed that there was a knife and some sort of pills in the back seat. Don't walk in small neighborhoods at night, and never just blindly trust a place. This happened about 13 years ago, when I was around 10 years old. Me and my little friends were always looking for some sort of trouble to get ourselves into. Our favorite was making homemade boards for communicating with ghosts. We wanted to experience something scary, or so we thought. I'm not proud of this moment, as I now realize it was extremely disrespectful for us to do, but bear in mind that I was only 10. A very small baby had passed away a couple of days after the grandma had passed away too. 2 deaths in one house must mean that we can finally communicate with a ghost. So we took our homemade board and went a little bit further from the house so we wouldn't get in trouble, but still close enough to where we could see the porch. We set everything up and grabbed each other's hands. We closed our eyes and started focusing on ghostly stuff or whatever. I felt a sudden urge to open my eyes, and I take a look at the porch of the house. There was a tall woman wearing a long black dress. She was looking down, so I couldn't see anything besides that. At first, I thought it might be the mother of the baby. People in my country wear black after a close family member's death, so it's not uncommon. She lifted her head up, and that's when I felt my heart drop, and the hair on my body just stood up. She had no face, but I could tell that she was looking right at me. You know those moments when you're terrified, but for whatever reason, you can't move, can't scream. You just watch in horror. After the initial shock, I managed to let out the most intense scream that I ever have. My friends took one look at me, then looked in the direction I was looking, and then they started screaming as well. We ran so fast we couldn't catch our breath when we got back to my house. I've never been so scared in my life. After we managed to catch our breath, I decided to ask everyone, "What did you see?" A faceless lady, staring right at us. Without me telling them what I saw, that was everyone's answer. I'm not claiming that what we saw was a ghost. We were very young, and maybe there are explanations as to what happened. Maybe we wanted to see something so bad that we created a scare out of nothing. What confuses me, though, is how did we all see the exact same thing? When I was 14, I had a strange encounter that still puzzles me to this day. My parents are divorced, and on the weekends, I'd sometimes go to my mother's place. The house that she lived in was converted into several small apartments. It was a creepy old farmhouse. The house itself was at least 150 years old. My mom told me off and on of strange sounds she'd been hearing and seeing things in the corner of her eyes, feelings of being watched. This one particular evening when I spent the night, I brought my N64 because my mom would go to bed early and I'd still be up for a few more hours. I still remember to this day what game I was playing. WWF No Mercy. I was sitting crisscross on the floor, playing the story mode. I just finished a mission in the game and set down the controller to the left, behind me. Directly behind me was a recliner. I'll never forget what I saw next. I went to grab the controller and saw what appeared to be a hoof, like a horse, next to the controller on the floor. Insects and blood were coming out of the sliver that separated the hoof. I slowly glanced up, and this demonic figure was staring back at me. It leaned down towards me. Its face got down in my face, and it grinned the most evil smile. The eyes were pure black, full of hatred and rage, and a red face. It was a one-winged creature. Blood was dripping from the tips of its jagged, sharp teeth. It was so surreal. I immediately went into a panic attack and blacked out. I learned later that it was part of that fight or flight response. Several seconds later, I came to, laying on the floor and could barely move. The demonic figure in the chair was laughing at me. It was as if my fear and energy had been sucked dry. I lost all strength. It was frightening. I can't put into words just how bad it was. I did all I could to crawl away from it while clenching my chest. My body was shaking uncontrollably from fear and panic. When I looked over my shoulder, I could still see it laughing at me. My mother's room was a mere 15 feet away from the TV, yet it seemed like forever crawling there. I finally made it to my mom's room and woke her up. I couldn't speak or stand up for quite some time after witnessing what I'd just gone through. After I woke her up, we talked and she believed me. She told me that her and her boyfriend had seen the same thing weeks earlier, but didn't want to scare me. I don't know what to make of it all, and I still think of it to this day. I have no doubt that demons and angels are real, and believe me, the last thing you ever want to encounter is a demon smiling in your face. I don't care if you believe me or not, but when 3 people see the same thing on different occasions, different locations, either we're all crazy or something was wrong with that old farmhouse. My mom has since moved, and thankfully, we haven't encountered that thing again. This story takes place in Sussex County, Delaware. This morning I dropped my father off at work. At the time, I thought it was strange that we hadn't seen any deer in or around the road, because the area surrounding the mill that he works at was usually swarming with them. There's no hunting allowed there, and there's no large natural predators for them to fear, really. Skipping ahead, after leaving the mill I dropped my father off at, I rode the winding road out, and to my left there's a massive field with 2 grain silos bordering its edge. On the leftmost side of the silo, there was a creature, about 50 yards out in the field. It was the size of a large dog. It had no visible ears, no tail. I couldn't make out any eyes or facial features. It had a relatively short muzzle. Its rear legs were longer than its front legs, making it almost slant downwards. It was black and seemingly non-reflective, almost giving me the feeling as though I was staring into a creature-shaped void. It was trotting along the field, but the way it moved was all wrong. It stepped first with its rear legs, and then the front, and the rear legs sort of flexed, as if they were wet noodles, which made me think that it was an injured dog at first, but it moved very quickly. I only saw the creature for 20 seconds or so, but I'm still shaken up. It's all I can think of, and I feel very unsettled and disturbed. What could this be? This one is an old one. It happened early on in my career, and it's one of those events that makes you change how you deal with travel or deal with new people. I was going to travel to San Diego for Comic-Con. We had a client that had us build some things for them. I had never been to San Diego or to Comic-Con, though it was a bucket list event. I was also going alone, and I hadn't traveled for work up to that point. The flight was delayed because of rain, and I had to wait. While I waited, the travel agent called me to tell me that there was a problem with the hotel that I'd been staying at in San Diego. They said that they needed to book me into a different hotel, which was going to be hard given that it was Comic-Con week. They said that they would have it sorted out by the time I landed, and that they would text me the info, so I had it. I finally boarded the flight, and we took off. Man, that flight was terrible. The bad weather made for a crazy ride, and I'm not a great flyer when the weather stinks. Needless to say, it didn't start off great from the jump. We landed, and when I turned my phone on, there was a text from the agent, which gave me the name and confirmation code for the new hotel that I'd be staying at. Hotel del Coronado. Anyone that knows the Coronado knows that it's a big deal. For the ghost hunters, this place is awesome, but as a hotel, this place is beautiful and right on the ocean, so yay to me. Downfall meant that more travel and taxis because it was a ways away from the convention center. So I took a taxi to the hotel, and when I got there, it was pretty busy. Lots of people were trying to check in, so I got my stuff and got in line. As I was standing there, an old man that was in front of me turned and smiled at me, saying it was always busy at this time of the year. I agreed to say that I can imagine. He took this as a cue to strike up a conversation and asks me what brought me here. I told him that I got moved to this hotel after mine had an issue, and that I was here for a convention. He smiled, and I asked him what he was here for. He said that he's been coming here for years with his wife. I looked around for his wife just as the line cleared and he moved forward. He was next, and that seemed to end the conversation, and he started to check in. I kept waiting for his wife to walk up, but he finished, turned to me, and wished me a good stay. I smiled and said the same to him. I checked in, and I went to my room, which turned out to be down the hall from the old man I met in the lobby. The next day, I went to the show, and it was pretty late when I got back. I went down to the bar and saw the old man. I sat down at the bar and asked if I could order food. They said I could, but I needed to sit over at the tables. It became pretty normal to see the old man from that point on, somewhere in the hotel. 2 days later, I came back from the show early enough to go to the outdoor seating area, and I got a nice view of the ocean. As I was getting seated, I noticed the old man across from me, and still no wife. I was beginning to think that she didn't exist. I sat there looking at the menu, but I kept glancing at the old man, and I started to think about the idea of ending up like him. But then I thought, it looks like he was looking for someone. And I thought, well, maybe she was around here somewhere. After a moment, he looked my way and smiled. He then got up and came over, asking if he could sit with me a moment. Not wanting to be rude, I said sure. As he sat down, I asked where the wife was, and he said, I'm sure she's around. He introduced himself as James and asked if I was eating alone. I said yes, and he asked if he could remain sitting with me. We sat and we talked about life and what I did. He said that they had been coming here for a long time, that this was their honeymoon. And all I kept thinking was, where was his wife? I couldn't bring myself to ask him again, but it nagged at me. Then, after about an hour, he glanced over toward the water and said that it was time to go, with a smile. I said okay and thanked him for the company, and he walked back toward the hotel. I finished my meal and went back to my room. The next day, I went to the show and came back in the afternoon. As I got out of the taxi, I noticed an ambulance in front of the hotel. As I walked in, I had to hang in the lobby as they finished up. I asked a bellboy what happened, and he said that he thinks that someone died. I remember getting a cold chill. Finally, I was able to move enough to get to the elevator. As I entered my floor, I noticed that there was some commotion down the hall towards James's room. As I got closer, I noticed a police officer talking to an employee, and then they pointed towards me. I freaked a little as the officer walked my way. He approached me and told me that he wanted to talk to me and that he had some questions. He explained that the old man down the hall had passed away and that the employee said I knew him. I explained that I had met him recently and better at dinner last night. He asked me how he was feeling, and I said everything seemed fine. I asked about his wife, and he looked at me puzzled, and then down at his pad. He said that he was unaware of a wife, and he motioned for an employee. He asked the employee, and they said that he didn't check in with anyone, and he radioed down to the front desk. Someone then came up and said that James had a standalone reservation in that room every year for the last 25 years, and that his wife had died 4 years ago, but not there. I was shocked. He didn't talk about her as if she had passed. The officer thanked me, and I asked if he passed peacefully. He said that he had passed in his sleep, and that it was nothing but peaceful. The officer walked away, and I went back into my room. Later, I went to dinner. I couldn't help but look around for him. I know, weird, right? After dinner, I went to one of the bars by the water. I got a drink and I sat looking out at the water. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a couple walking down the beach. I'm not sure why I looked up because there were a lot of people on the beach and they were pretty far away, but they were close enough to see who they were. I smiled. I raised my glass towards them, and I went back to watching the water. The next day, I flew home, and after a day or so, it passed from my mind. A few years later, I went back to the Coronado, and that's when I remembered James and his wife. My team and I checked in and later went to dinner. I raised a toast to James and his wife, in which I had to explain the story to the team. I haven't had the opportunity to go back in a long time, but I'm sure that they are still there, walking the beach and enjoying the eternal honeymoon. Where I'm from, there's railroad tracks that separate the reservation from the surrounding cities. And it's a pretty popular railroad. Trains roll through on a super regular basis, and there's a lot of emphasis to stay off the tracks and anything surrounding the tracks. But naturally, people don't listen. And my family's house sits right above those tracks. So I've had my fair share of close calls. Well, when I was 19, it was my first year living away from home, but that summer I decided to go home for a visit. While there, I heard from everyone that there was an accident on the tracks. It took place a few weeks earlier. A few kids, young teens really, were playing the game of waiting until the last minute to jump off the tracks. One of those few didn't make it on time, and he was killed. My mom told me that when the accident happened, She could actually hear the group of kids screaming. She wasn't the first to call 911, just one of many. When someone dies on the tracks or there's an accident on the tracks, they actually have to reroute several trains and close down the tracks for an inexplicable amount of time. My mom tells me that when she was standing on our deck late after the accident, she heard the train. She was confused because the tracks weren't open yet, so she tried to stare in either direction of the tracks to see where it was coming from. She didn't see any lights. She saw no train. But as she stood there a moment, she said she saw something glowing down below on the tracks. She tells me that as she focused on the light, she realized it was the silhouette of a boy. I asked her if it looked like the boy who'd been killed. She told me that she didn't know what the boy looked like, but that she was sure it was a young man. I didn't question this. It may seem strange to some, but my mom's seen spirits my whole life. She's always telling me not to be afraid of spirits. And for the most part, I've always felt that way. Not afraid. But seeing something. Actually seeing something. I wasn't scared per se. I was frozen. On the second night that I was home, I decided to take a walk along the tracks. Not on them, but on the man-made path that runs along the side where our houses sit. My plan was to smoke a joint, but I didn't get that far. As soon as I made it to the path where I could physically see the tracks, before I could light the joint, I saw a flash of light to my right, on the tracks. Then I just remember standing there, frozen, staring at the glowing silhouette of a young man. I didn't move, but he did. His head was moving from side to side. His mouth was moving, but I didn't hear anything, and I didn't get closer. Right when I felt like I could move, I did. I turned around and I started to run back up the hill. Midway, I stopped because I started to feel guilty. Like a genuine pit in my stomach. Not grounded in fear, but guilt. I turned around and I could still see the light. I walked back down the hill and I walked towards the boy's silhouette. He faces me and I can see that his eyes meet mine. I don't see the detail or the color in his eyes, but I can feel that we're making eye contact. Something told me to close my eyes. The moment I did, I saw a name appear in my mind's eye. Riley. And as I said it out loud, I could see the light go away. My eyes were closed at the time, but I could see the change in light. So I opened them. I was now alone. I looked around for the light, but it wasn't there. I said aloud again, Riley? But there was nothing. I found a tree trunk that was laying horizontally, and I sat there for a while, waiting for him to come back. It didn't happen, so I eventually went back inside and fell asleep. That night I had a dream that I was sitting on the same tree trunk, but Riley was sitting next to me. We were smoking that joint, and he told me he wasn't even supposed to go to the tracks that day. He had plans with his dad who had to cancel last minute. I remember trying to comfort him and also saying, "So this shouldn't have happened to you?" He looked at me and he smiled and he said, "No, it should. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." And then I woke up. Just to be sure I was truly dreaming, I checked the joint and sure enough, it was still a full joint. But what about the rest? That definitely happened. My shoes still had mud on them. Over breakfast, I asked my mom, "So you don't know what the kid looked like, right? The one that died on the tracks. But do you know his name?" She tells me that again, she didn't know the boy, but that the family had put a memorial on the side of the tracks down a ways where he was actually hit. She told me that her and my father went to lay some roses from their garden, and she said that the cross had a name carved in. Riley. So this happened a couple of nights ago. Me and my friend were drinking and doing farm kid stuff. It was around 3 a.m., and we were pretty drunk at this point. My friend went inside and left me and her dog outside so she could go to the bathroom. My friend and her mom live on about 3.5 acres of property with lots of trees around it. And well, I needed to pee. So I was like, hey, to hell with it. I'll piss behind the tree. While I was doing my business, and my friend's dog's hackles go up, she takes off running towards the trees, growling and barking. I call her over and over again, and she's still growling and barking. But then all of a sudden, she lets out this whine and comes running back with her tail between her legs. I pull her to the door into the light, and when I look back, I see something white running on all fours across the property. It didn't notice me, and I acted like I didn't see it, but I pulled the dog inside and went to bed. My friend's window faces where the thing ran, and I didn't sleep much that night. I heard heavy breathing at some point, but acted like I was still asleep. I don't know what me and the dog saw, but it wasn't human. And it scared us both because she wouldn't even go near where we saw the thing. What did we see? A short bit of context. I've always been obsessed with different time periods of history. When I was a kid, it was all about the wild, wild West, and then World War II, Civil War era, and the 1950s and 1960s. In my early 20s, which was about 1997, I lived with my ex, and she tolerated my obsessions so much so that our front room in a little house we rented was dedicated to World War II era. I literally went out of control with that room. It was a small family room type area, separate from the rest of the house. I made it so that if anyone walked in there, it would be like walking into the 1940s. I had a couple of high back sitting chairs, a small bar trolley, and all the furniture, telephone, radio, everything was from the 1940s. Whoever came to visit would often say that room looked like it should be a museum. Really, it was me scavenging around, looking for anything from that time period. There was even a local AM station that would play 1940s big band at a certain time, so I had the old Philco radio set to that station. One day, I think it was on a Saturday afternoon, my ex left her family to visit family that lived about 4 hours away. She decided to spend the weekend with her family, and I didn't go for some reason. That I don't remember. So I was home alone, and I wouldn't necessarily hang out in my 1940s room, but towards the evening, I ended up there, listening to my phonograph, made a cocktail, and sat in the armchair. I don't know if I dozed off or what happened, but I shook myself awake like it was very strange. My heart was beating fast. The record was still playing, but everything looked hazy and in slow motion to me. I remember that I got up from the chair, stood up, and looked outside. There was a light snow outside, and it looked earlier in the day, as it was still light outside, which was extremely odd because I lived in an area where it didn't snow. I walked over to the door and I noticed the outside looked very different. Like not the street that I lived on. There was no one outside, no noise whatsoever. It was like I was watching a movie that was on mute or paused. I remember feeling like I was being compelled to walk outside, but I also felt like I couldn't or shouldn't. I don't know how to describe the feeling except that it was like I was in a Twilight Zone episode. So I backed away from the door and started looking out the window that was next to the door. And suddenly I realized that the cars that were in the driveway were old cars, like from the 30s. What happened next is a bit blurry still, but from what I remember, the record ended, and as I turned to look at the phonograph, everything changed, like back to normal. Even my sense of days was gone, and the foggy slow motion that I had felt was gone. I turned back to look outside, and the street was darker, with the street light in front of my house on. No snow. My street was back to normal. I left that room almost in a panic, and for some reason, I went around the house looking for changes. I didn't find anything unusual. I went to our other den where everything was modern, and I turned on the TV just to clear my head. I got the sensation that if I walked outside, I would have left this time period. I know it sounds crazy, but it wasn't until years later that my ex and I saw that movie with Christopher Reeves, Somewhere in Time. That's when it kind of hit me a little bit. I'd never seen that movie prior to this incident, as I probably always assumed it was a girl's romantic movie, and that wasn't my thing. Lastly, I wasn't drunk, and never did any drugs, nor do I remember being super tired during that weekend. Nothing else really sticks out except for that incident. This is a story that happened to me 4 years ago when I was in university. I was 19 and my campus was old, so old that it was known to be haunted. By known, I mean we always had ghost hunters and paranormal investigators interested in our campus. Our campus was small, too. It used to be a neighborhood in the 1800s. The buildings are historic now, and the neighborhood is the campus. So the classes, everything, is held in these old mansions. You could ask anyone, and we all have haunted stories to tell you. But I was well into my second year and hadn't yet experienced anything, so I didn't believe it. My friend had bought a tarot deck, and she claimed to communicate with the spirit she came into contact with. Now, at the time, I was fairly religious and didn't feel safe with the tarot, but she promised me that it was fine. Yet the readings were always so negative. Anyone who came for a reading got the most negative outcome. Boyfriend hasn't replied to you in an hour, he's cheating. You failed your test, you might as well drop out. She also didn't cleanse or do protection. But again, I was a doubter, and I hadn't experienced anything. Until November 7th, at 3 a.m. I stayed up late all the time talking to my friend. We ended the call at 2:30 a.m. I shut the lights off and was just scrolling on my phone. And I heard 3 loud knocks at exactly 3 a.m. It wasn't from the wall. It was on my bed frame. There was no logical explanation for it. This continued every night at exactly 3 a.m. for a week. I was convinced I was crazy. 8 days later, it's 2:59 a.m. and I waited. The clock turned to 3 a.m. No knock. Weird, I thought. But I was glad whatever it was left. I closed my eyes for 1 second and heard a soft woman's voice. I shot out of bed and flicked the light on. Fuck this school, this room. I was terrified. I ran to my friend's room, and she let me sleep on her floor. The next day, my roommate came to me and told me that she was spooked the other night. She says, I was laying in bed reading, and I look up, and a woman in an 1800s dress was staring at me. We brought a medium to read our room, and she told us that a portal had been opened. She said our tarot friend was not doing proper protection. Therefore, the spirits in our very active area were attracted to our reading and us. She said the spirit was not particularly negative, but was a woman who died young, and did not live a fulfilling life. She could not pass on. We ended up cleansing the area. The medium helped the spirit move on. She was able to close that portal for us too. We never had problems after that. This happened to me about 11 years ago, when walking home from a friend's house at night. I'll get straight to it. I used to live in the rural part of the UK, and I've lived in rural areas most of my life, so I was used to long walks, occasionally at night, especially before I could drive. They never bothered me too much. I'd get creeped out occasionally, but this one night was the most terrifying experience I ever had. There was this one friend who used to live roughly 3 miles away from my house. He had cool parents, and my other friends and I would often go over to his house, play video games, and hang out. Occasionally, this meant walking home at night if I stayed late. There were 2 ways back from his house: the roadway, which was about 5 miles long and took about 30 to 45 minutes. The roads were very quiet and eerie sometimes, but they were lit by street lamps, so it never bothered me walking this way. The other way was a shortcut through some woods, which took about 2 miles, and the wooded bit was about 1 mile or so long. I often favored the wooded shortcut, and have probably walked it over 100 times. The woods were dark, however, combined with the lack of ambient light due to living in a rural area, and you had absolute abyssal darkness. Luckily, most of the time I had my phone light to walk with, but sometimes my phone would die or the battery would be so low the flash wouldn't work, and I'd have to use my screen light. As you've probably guessed by now, this was one of those occasions. I remember my friends and I had just finished watching a film. It was nearing 10 p.m., so we all left my friend's house and headed our separate ways home. I contemplated briefly which way I should go and decided to take the shortcut through the woods. I started walking from his house toward the path that headed into the woods. The streetlights dimmed as I entered the fields before the woods. I glanced at my phone and saw my battery was really low. Only enough power left for a couple minutes of flash, and then I'd have to use my screen for light. That wouldn't last the whole way either. As I saw the tree line approaching, I switched on the flash and followed the well-trodden path into the dark. To my dismay, my light died within seconds of entering, and I flipped my phone over to try and shine my way using the screen. As I walked, I looked out for all the familiar landmarks that I was used to seeing to ensure I was heading in the right direction. Funky tree stump, check. Half-fallen fir tree, check. Enormous puddle I had to jump over, check. All was going well. I was halfway through the woods when my phone completely died. I remember the moment it happened. I was engulfed in darkness. I'm not sure if you've experienced this level of darkness before, but it was so dark. I couldn't even see the outline of my hand, centimeters in front of my face. Naturally, my pace slowed considerably, and I started holding my hand out in front of me to make sure I wasn't going to walk into a tree or something. I continued walking for another minute or so, until all of a sudden, a pungent smell hit me. Cigarette smoke. I glanced around, but I couldn't see anything. Then I heard it. A cough. I wasn't alone. Thoughts raced through my head. Who would be out in the woods in the dark? Are they following me? Am I lost? I quickened my pace again, throwing a little caution to the wind. I carried on walking and tripped slightly on a branch. As I regained my balance, I heard another sound. Branches breaking underfoot. What sounded like right behind me. The snapping turned into fast footsteps that grew louder and louder. I started sprinting. I felt the well-trodden path turn to brush. I felt branches, logs, and plants hitting my legs. It wasn't long before I fell hard. I was lying on the floor, holding my knee. I could still hear branches snapping around me, and a voice muttering something. I didn't dare move. Then all of a sudden, they turned on a torch. I couldn't see anything except for the beam of light, which seemed to be eaten quickly by the darkness of the forest. I lay motionless on the ground as the beam swept through the trees. I could still hear the person mumbling, a deep growl. The crunching of footfalls grew and grew. They were only several feet from me by this point. I couldn't breathe. The light went out. The snapping of branches grew, and then nothing. Quiet. My eyes were wide open, but I couldn't see anything. Then I could hear wheezing right above me. I wanted to cry. I wasn't sure if the person could see me or not. They could have been staring right at me, and I wouldn't know. This carried on for about 5 minutes, until the crunching of leaves and snapping of twigs started up again and got fainter and fainter as they moved away from me. I remained laying down for another 5-10 minutes, contemplating my escape. Like an idiot, I'd ran off the path, and I wasn't sure which way was back to it or which way was home. I didn't really care, I thought. I'm just going to walk in one direction until I leave the woods, and I'll just get home from there. I knew as soon as I started moving again, if the person was still in the woods, they would hear me. Should I run or try to sneak out? I opted for the latter. I slowly rose to my feet, listening constantly to my surroundings, picked a direction and started walking. I wasn't perfectly quiet, but quiet enough to be sure I wouldn't be heard from too far away. I kept hearing snapping sounds and rustling in the distance, and every time I froze, I'd hold my breath until I was sure no one was there, and then I'd start walking again. I repeated this pattern for what felt like an eternity, until eventually I found the path. I screamed for joy in my mind and sped up my pace. After another 10 minutes, I saw it. Light. Street lights filtering through the trees. I'd never been so happy to see a meager street lamp. But as I progressed to the end of the woods, my heart sank. At the end of the path was a black silhouette. Unmoving, contrasted against the light background, was the dark figure of a man. What should I do? Maybe it's a different person. Perhaps it's someone walking their dog. I froze and watched them silently, but they didn't move at all. They just stood there, like they were guarding the entrance to the woods. I didn't know what to do. By this point, I'd had enough. I was so close to getting out. I decided to just run straight toward the exit, straight towards them. I was a 6'5" young man. If they wanted to stop me, they'd have a hard job of it, I thought. So that's what I did. I started sprinting. The figure grew and grew as I reached them. I stepped to the side. I heard someone growl loudly, and I felt something clip the back of my head and tug the back of my jacket. I cleared the sheep gate in one leap and sprinted into the light. I eventually stopped running when I could see the first house, and I looked back. The entrance to the woods was quite far away now, and I couldn't see anyone standing by the entrance. Relaxing a bit more now, I finished my walk home. That's pretty much it. I know I could have overreacted. It could have been someone out for a walk in the woods, a dog walker, a camper. But what I thought was strange was that they didn't use their torch, except briefly on one occasion. Once they heard me, they also actively seeked me out. Who knows what would have happened if they caught me? In any case, I never walked that way home alone again. Not at night, anyway. The house I grew up in southeast Missouri, was definitely haunted. Anyone who spent a significant amount of time in our house, and by that I mean at least a few hours, they would tell you there was something going on there. My cousins, aunts, and uncles. People didn't generally like to come over and visit us much, because it could definitely be unnerving. Growing up, we'd always hear weird things, feel like we were being watched, and see things out of the corners of our eyes. One of my favorite creepy occurrences were when you'd walk into the kitchen after just being in there, and several drawers or cabinet doors would be open, when you know for sure they were closed before. My sister and I would be laying in bed at night and see things peering out at us from our closets, or see someone pass by our door. We'd scream for our parents, and they would always explain it away as us dreaming or imagining things. Things like the cabinet doors or weird sounds would be blamed on the house's settling. Mind you, this house was built in the early 70s. It was fairly new when my parents bought it. There'd only been one other person who lived there before we moved in. After my parents' divorce, it felt like the activity spiked. We would often hear a woman's voice down the hallway, which was odd because my mom had moved out of the house. One night, when I was about 14 or so, I was doing dishes at the kitchen sink. The way our kitchen was laid out, as if you were standing at the sink, your right side would be right up against another counter. There was no room for anyone to get in between you and the counter. This made for inconvenience when you wanted to grab a plate from one of the cabinets above or silverware from the drawer in front. Anyways, I was standing at the sink one night washing dishes, and a woman's voice spoke my name in my right ear. My dad was at work. My sister was in her bedroom, playing with her Barbies. I literally felt breath on my ear. It was that close to my face. I looked to my right, and of course, there was no one there. I immediately dropped the plate I was holding back into the water and screamed. I ran out of the kitchen and I didn't go back for a couple of hours. We would also sometimes see this female spirit. The way our house was laid out, there was a long hallway from the living room that went down about 40 feet, and all of the bedrooms were off the hallway. The smallest bedroom in the house was all the way at the end of the hall, and that was the room my sister and I were terrified of as kids, because we could see things peering out of the closets in the dark. If you were sitting on my dad's recliner in the living room, the hallway was on your left, and sometimes we would watch glimpses of a woman in a long white dress crossing the hallway between the two back bedrooms of the house. All those years, my dad swore he'd never experienced anything weird or creepy in the house. After my sister and I grew up and moved out on our own, my dad called me one day to ask where I was hiding. He was laughing, and he said, "Come on, I know you're hiding in the house. I just heard you." I was shocked. I was 3 hours away, sitting on the couch in my living room in Kentucky. When I told him this, he was so confused. He said, "But I know I heard you call my name from the bedroom." I said, "No, Dad, that was probably the ghost." He laughed it off, but months later, we'd come home for the holidays. My dad admitted that he, too, was beginning to notice weird occurrences in the house. He could no longer explain it away as somebody else being in the house, making those sounds or speaking. He would notice things being moved around or see things out of the corner of his eye. It took him 30 years to admit that there was something up with our house. To keep from creeping himself out, I think, Dad nicknamed the female ghost in the house Doris. He would make jokes all the time about Doris doing things like moving his stuff around on his desk or leaving the cabinet doors in the kitchen open. To this day, we call the back bedroom Doris's room. These are just a few of many, many stories I could tell. I was afraid of the activity as a child, but as I got older, I decided it wasn't so scary because the ghost had never tried to hurt or touch any of us. Now, the ghost in my childhood home is just something everyone in the family knows about and deals with. In 2009, I moved into a Victorian railway cottage in London, which was built around the 1890s, 1900s. I moved with my daughter and partner, and the event happened within weeks of us settling in. It's a 3-bedroom house with all the bedrooms situated on the first floor. It was a November evening when my daughter was upstairs on her bunk bed, and I was sitting in our living room watching TV. It was just us two in the house. My partner was at work. There was nothing eerie leading up to this moment that I could remember, but all of a sudden, I heard, really close to my ear, a guttural growl. It was really loud, but felt located right next to my ear, as if it was only meant to be heard by me in that one ear. It didn't echo. It was just located right next to my head. As soon as I heard that growl, my daughter, who was around 9 at the time, screamed from her room. I ran up the stairs, but it was as if I was being pushed up there. Maybe it was because of my speed or because of my panic, but when I got to her room, she was crying. I asked her what had happened, as she replied that she heard a growl in her ear. As you can imagine, we were absolutely freaked out. I wasn't able to retell the experience for a long time, and only in the past year or so had I mentioned it to my daughter, but she has no memory of the event. I'm a believer and think that this was something demonic. I would have been skeptical had it just been me that heard it, but my daughter's reaction was enough to make me realize that this was the real deal. I was wondering if anyone could provide me with an explanation as to why my daughter does not remember the event. It traumatized me so much, I wish I could forget about it. "7 years ago, my older sister passed away. She unfortunately took her own life. Her passing was extremely difficult on my family, especially my mother, who my siblings and I are very close with. There's nothing worse in life than trying to hold and comfort your mother while watching her whole world crumble and burn, knowing you yourself are dealing with your own trauma, because I was the one who found her body that day. 2 weeks after her death, she was cremated, and her ashes were divided 3 ways. Some went to my dad. My parents had been divorced since I was 5. Some went into an urn for my brother, my mom, and I, and the rest went into a necklace for my mom. My mom and brother asked me if I wanted some of her ashes, but part of me thought if I kept them, she wouldn't be completely free. So I chose not to keep some. About a year later, my brother was living in Oregon with his girlfriend, Ingrid. My mom decided to let my brother have my sister's ashes until he decided to move back to our hometown. One day, while they were rearranging their room, my brother, who always kept my sister's ashes on a dresser by his bed, put them in the closet so they didn't get knocked over while they were moving furniture. At night around 2 a.m., Ingrid said she had trouble staying asleep, while my brother was knocked out beside her. She said she was laying there for about 10 minutes, when out of nowhere, she heard my brother mumbling something. Thinking he's awake, she turns on the light and sees that he's fast asleep. After a few minutes of looking at him and being slightly creeped out by his sleep talking, She turns off the light and lays back down. Another 10 minutes go by, when out of nowhere, and clear as day, she hears my brother say, "Take my sister out of the closet. She doesn't like it in there." She says she froze and was scared to turn on the light for a second time. She says she just lays there for a moment before gathering up the courage to turn on the light. To her surprise, she sees that my brother is completely asleep and drooling a little. She said her eyes immediately look at the closet that is closed. She says that she gets up, opens the closet, and sees my sister's urn on the shelf. She takes the urn and places it on the dresser where it was before they put it in the closet. The next day, when she's telling the story to my mom, she says that morning she asked my brother if he remembers anything about last night, to which he replies, "No, I don't even remember falling asleep." Later that day, while my mom is at work, she's telling her coworker this story, and the coworker says that when you keep someone's ashes, you're supposed to keep them somewhere that people gather, like a living room. Since this incident, my brother now keeps my sister's ashes in his living room, in a beautiful urn, on a shelf next to her picture, with a candle that's always lit, electronically. A few years before she passed, she and I would watch Ghost Adventures religiously, and we vowed that when one of us passed away first, that person would haunt the shit out of the other. I find it funny that she used my brother to scare the shit out of his girlfriend, who didn't know about our agreement from years before. Everything I'm about to tell you happened in the summer of 2020. I believe it was a Saturday. My dad and I were headed to my cousin's graduation party. My dad told me that there was this neat old house, now a museum, with some spooky history behind it on the way. We both love those kinds of things, so I agreed to stop and visit. Once we got there, it was a little less than we expected. Everything was locked up, so we couldn't get a good look inside. The story behind the house, now known as Hex Hollow, goes like this. There was a local man by the name of Nelson Reimeyer, a powwow doctor, who was suspected of being a witch. One late night, in November of 1928, 2 men broke into his house and beat him to death. They attempted to burn his body, but it did not burn. To this day, there's still burn marks around where the body was, on the floorboards of that house. Anyways, after a while of going around, taking pictures, and looking around, I thought it might be funny if I jiggled the handle to the front door of the house. Oh, was I so wrong about that. I truly believe I made whatever or whoever was in that house very, very angry. That night when I got home, a really odd feeling came over me. A feeling as if I was being watched. I kept thinking about earlier in the day, at the graduation, my cousin's baby stared at me with complete terror. Along with all of that, out of the corner of my eyes, I started seeing these dark figures dart across the room. I was completely terrified, and I could barely get any sleep at all. I'm unsure how to describe what I saw in my dreams that night, but I'll try my best. There was an array of black and white images that replayed over and over in my head. I would wake up terrified and in tears, fall back asleep, and have the same images repeat themselves. I don't exactly remember what those images were. The only thing that stood out to me is that they were in black and white. The next morning, I still had this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. I had no idea what to do other than to go and explain it to my parents. We're a pretty religious family, so we decided to pray, and as soon as we did that, the overwhelming feeling stopped. Although I'm still unsure about some of the things that happened to me that night, I'm fairly certain of 2 things. 1, that Mr. Reimeyer, or some entity, had attached himself to me for a short period of time. And 2, that I will never mess with something that is not mine, especially if it's from the deceased. I've told this story so many times. My friends always just laugh it off and tell me I'm crazy. I'm about 9 years old at the time. I'm sleeping over at my best friend's house, down in his basement. At some point in the middle of the night, I wake up to the sound of someone running down the stairs to the basement. I shoot straight up off the couch that we were sleeping on. My friend somehow remains asleep. When I look over at the stairs, I see a kid standing at the bottom. I had just woken up, so I'm wiping my eyes, making sure my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. He's still there, so I ask, "Who's there?" I get no response, and now I'm horrified. He's just standing there at the bottom of the stairs. I think it may be my best friend's brother, messing with us. But they look smaller, and I'm not sure, so I'm still very weary. After not receiving an answer, I ask angrily, "What do you want?" But the little boy who had stopped at the bottom of the stairs had not moved an inch. He looked right at me in the eyes and says, I'm here. I'm ready to give it my all." Very weird thing to say, I know. After hearing his voice and processing his weird response, I'm now 100% sure that this is not my friend's brother, and my friend's still sleeping on the other end of the couch. After he said, I'm here, I'm ready to give it my all," it really clicked in my 9-year-old head that this isn't a dream, and I'm actually awake right now. My heart drops, and I'm frozen with terror. I don't know what else to say to the kid at the bottom of the stairs, but I continue to look at him, despite being absolutely frozen with fear. He stares right back at me, and after about 10 or 15 seconds, I ask him who he was again. He starts to give me a real sinister grin, and then he legitimately fades away, right in front of my eyes. I lay back down under the covers and come to terms with the fact that I'm awake. After about an hour shitting my pants under the covers, I build up the courage to wake up my friend to go upstairs. I tell my friend and his family about it the next morning, and everyone tries to convince me that I was sleeping, but I know I was awake. A few years later, after they'd moved out of that house, my friend's mom admits to having a few strange encounters in that house herself. I wish the kid had said a bit more, but at the same time, I guess I don't. 'Cause that grin that he gave me, the fear that came over me after, has stuck with me ever since. Now at 23, I still get chills when I think about that experience. If he had paired that grin with something a little more frightening than I'm here, I'm ready to give it my all, I probably would have to be institutionalized. My mom grew up in Huntington, New York, in a haunted house. It was normal for her to hear people running in circles at night, and apparently, they'd even see footprints in the carpet in the morning. One story my mom told me was about how when she was little, she was playing in the backyard and found a wooden nail. She didn't think much of it, so she threw it over the fence and went on with her day. When my mom woke up the next morning, the same wooden nail she threw over the fence was on her nightstand. I'll start by saying that there are some details I never thought to clarify with my uncle and his friends, like where exactly we were driving, the specific mile marker where this happened. I know that it was down Interstate 191, once we crossed over to Highway 287, heading from Missoula towards Yellowstone. But that I don't recall the exact spot, and we didn't take the same route home, but on the way there, we all heard it. It was late summer 1999, and it was my first time going on this trip. I was finally old enough to join my uncle, and, well, my dad would be there too, but he was at home remodeling the house. They did a trip like this every year, camping, fishing. So this year it was just me, my uncle, about 4 of his friends, and a shit ton of gear. My uncle and I were in his truck, following the 4 who were leading the way in another car. My uncle always drove really fast, but it didn't usually bother me. But I recall these roads feeling extra scary. Lots of winding and curves. I never said I was scared, but I did focus on the mountainside versus the road. My uncle was telling me a story about the last time they went camping, how they'd caught so many fish, but at one point they'd lost about half of them to a surprise bear visit. I laughed, recalling my dad's reaction. Then we were both laughing when suddenly we hear laughter that doesn't belong to us. And they said, "Whoa, going a little fast, aren't we?" As soon as we heard it, my uncle looks forward and starts to slow down suddenly. I look forward and I can see that the car in front of us is slamming on their brakes and pulling off to the side. My uncle follows, and now both cars are on the shoulder. I watch as the driver gets out of the other car, and my uncle unbuckles to follow, telling me to stay in the car and not to get out under any circumstances, that it's too dangerous. He walks over to the other car, and now all of the men get out, and they're talking on the passenger side of their car. I can't hear what they're saying, but I can see they're making a lot of hand motion. I look around the truck's interior for a minute, thinking maybe a radio or something was turned on. But as I stare into the relatively empty cab of the truck, I realize that there's just no way. All the gear was packed tightly in the bed of the truck, which was not easily accessible from the inside, and this voice absolutely came from inside the truck. My uncle starts to make his way back to the truck as the other guys get back into their car. He doesn't look mad or scared. I couldn't really figure out what he looked like. He says to me, "Well, that was absolutely insane." I don't really ask what. I just wait for him to finish telling me what's up. The guys heard that too. They heard the lady voice in their car. And again, I didn't really say anything. And neither did he. As we pulled back onto the road, I noticed just up ahead there was a pretty sharp turn. One that almost snuck up on us. "Huh," I heard my uncle say. "There should probably be a sign there." "Oh, whoa, it's been knocked down." I leaned and I tried to see the sign, but I was too short. The rest of the drive was uneventful. But I remember talking to my uncle for a little, asking what he thought that was. But he didn't elaborate much, saying that it could have been a radio that spiked. But when I said the radio wasn't on, he was just sort of quiet. I know we didn't spend a lot of time talking about the incident on our trip. There was only one conversation where one of my uncle's friends had said something like, "Pretty sure that was an angel or something. Did you guys see the sign?" They all agreed that they had been driving fast and not paying much attention to the road or the potential turn. I'm not sure what happened that day, but I know that if it was a ghost or something like that, they prove they aren't something to be feared, at least in my eyes. This is short, but it's all I've got. Before owning a house in the area, my family rented a cabin in Lake Chelan, Washington, summer of 2000. I was 9 at the time and super excited for this trip. The first day, and for most of the day, we'd been swimming in the lake. It made for a very exhausted me by the time bedtime approached. I remember taking a shower, and then I plopped down on the couch, started a movie, and that's the last thing I remember. Then I'm awake. I'm awake, and my entire bed is shaking. Nothing else seems to be shaking, but the bed is clearly moving, rather rapidly. Surely my family can hear this, and they'll run in at any moment, I think to myself. But no one ever does. I'm terrified when I realize that I can't hear anything for a minute. I start to talk out loud, and I can't hear myself. I try screaming, but still I hear nothing. Suddenly, the shaking stops, and the lights turn on, and my hearing comes back. I'm sitting there, too scared to move, when I hear what sounds like laughing coming from under my bed. At that moment, I think, oh my God, it's Katie. That's my older sister. And in almost a moment of relief, I quickly lean off the side of the bed and I look underneath. No sister. No, nothing. I booked it out of that room, and I went back down to the couch where I believe my night started. I turn on all the lights, and I put on some cartoon VHS that we had, eventually falling back asleep. I wake up in the morning to my dad making breakfast. He looks over at me and says something like, "How did I end up back on the couch?" That made me think about the night before, realizing there's no way it was a dream. I didn't tell anyone about the experience. I think I was afraid of getting into trouble or something. I knew that it sounded like a lie or a bad dream, but I also knew that it wasn't either of those things. It was 100% real, and for the rest of the trip, I slept on the couch. About 8 years later, when my parents were looking to buy a house out there, I did give my humble opinion that it shouldn't be anywhere near the house that we stayed at the first time that we went there. And lucky for me, they listened. I drive this same back road in town a lot. Never had anything unusual happen on this drive until several months ago, February 2021. I was driving to pick my girlfriend up from work like I do every day. From our apartment, I prefer to take the back road I mentioned earlier. The road is shaded by tree canopies, and there's like these hidden driveways that lead to some real beautiful houses and farms. I'm not much of a car person, but one of the houses on that street has a really nice classic car, like 1930s. It's parked, always, in the driveway. Pretty sure they never take the thing out at all. It's almost white or eggshell, and its tires are white and black, like none I've ever seen. Usually I sort of slow down as I drive by, if I can remember that it's coming up, just to look at the thing for a while. My girl feels the same way. Well, one moment I'm driving, passing the house, and I turn to look up at the car, which is sitting in the driveway. Now out of the corner of my eye, I see what looks like headlights coming right for me. I turn, and sure enough, the same car sitting in that driveway is headed right for me on the road. I immediately pull to the right, slamming on my brakes and looking in the rear view to see this car that almost killed me. But there's no car. The road stretches long and there's no car in sight. I literally get out of my car and I run across the street to the house with the fancy car. It's still in the driveway. The road, the neighborhood, everything is completely quiet. I literally have no idea what just happened, and so I get back into the car and I take off to pick up my girlfriend. The rest of the way, I'm just replaying the thing in my head. By the time I see my girlfriend, she's already suspicious that I'm pretty distracted. So after hearing about her day, she asks about me, basically saying, "What's up?" I tell her what happened, and she's super spooked by the story, asking me to be serious. And when she's convinced that I am being serious, she tells me that we need to find out who owns that car. We need the story. I wasn't sure how we were going to do that or why it would matter. But my girlfriend is one of those people who just feels things, if that makes sense. Like when she makes moves on anything, she's usually right about the outcome. We joke often that she's some sort of witch or something. So anyways, we decide to stop by the house with the car. It's about 6:30 p.m. and I'm going on about how they're probably eating dinner, and she tells me they're definitely not. We ring the doorbell, and to the front door comes a woman who's dressed in a nursing outfit. She's asking if she can help us. Before I can say anything, my girlfriend asks, "That car, are you the owner? It's beautiful." The nurse introduces herself as Mary, I think, and tells us the car belongs to her boss. She says it actually belonged to her boss's husband, but he's since passed away. I can't remember the name she gave or if I would even post it here, but she tells us the wife, her boss, can't drive, so the car just sits there. She says that every time they've tried to sell the car, it just wouldn't start. Only when no buyers were around did the car start up perfectly fine. She says sometimes she swears she hears the car pulling up the driveway, only to look out the window and see it's just parked where it usually is. Funny car, she said. I wasn't sure about funny, but it was interesting. We thanked the woman for her time and headed back to our car. I was sort of awestruck that something came of this little pit stop we'd made. My girlfriend just smiled and told me, "That man definitely tried to run you off the road." I asked why in the heck he would want to do that, and she told me, "It's your infatuation with that car. You slow down to look at it almost every day. I think you made him nervous." Nervous. Well, he almost killed me or whatever, so I don't know about that guy. Maybe he's not so nice. And his car, as nice as it is, it's definitely haunted. I was followed by 2 large military men when I was 12 years old. This happened 10 years ago. I was at the mall with my mother. I'd normally follow my mother around and never really went off on my own before. On this day, my mother really wanted to see a movie. I cannot remember what movie she wanted to watch, but I remembered it was a movie I had no interest in seeing. So we came to an agreement that she would go watch the movie while I'd walk around the mall, and we'd meet up afterwards. As kids are, I was very excited because I felt so grown up and cool, now that I didn't have to walk around with my mother the whole time. I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt at the time. I didn't have a handbag, so my cell phone was in my front pocket. I basically exhausted most stores that I could go into at that point, so I remember going into one of these sports stores, even though I had no real interest in sports. While I was browsing, 2 very large military men approached me, and I assumed their age to be around 30. One of the men asked me for my phone number. I was baffled and caught off guard. I didn't think before I spoke, so I said that I don't have a phone. The second man pointed to my pants and said that I do, in fact, have one. It started to sink in what was happening, that they were asking for a minor's phone number. I don't exactly remember what I said next, but I believe it was along the lines of sorry or no thank you. The men then walked away from me, but they were still in the store. I tried to walk away as nonchalantly as possible. I was very insecure back then, so I didn't want to embarrass myself or draw attention to myself by running. I then realized the 2 men were behind me, and they were watching me. I went into a few stores to try to lose them, and to make sure that I was being followed, and they kept following me. I saw a busy restaurant, so I decided to ask for a table. I sat down at the table, and it seemed like the men lost interest, since I didn't see them again. I should have called my mom to tell her what happened, but I felt like it was my fault. I was scared she wouldn't allow me to be on my own anymore, and not allow me to wear shorts anymore.
I realized how foolish that was. I sat at the table until my mother called to say she was done. I'm happy that no one at the restaurant asked me to leave for not ordering anything or waiting too long. I met up with my mother again, and I just pretended like nothing happened. This happened several years ago, when my family first moved to Oregon. I was 13 at the time, so too young to really do any work and not enough chores to give me the money I needed for video games. And that's when I decided to canvass the neighborhood, see if anybody needed yard work, gardening, stuff like that. And that's when I met Lorna. Lorna was an old woman who lived across the street. She was really old and really nice. She had a sweet garden, but couldn't really take care of it herself, so I was the perfect friend for her. The routine was always the same. I'd get home from school, she'd be sitting on her porch, and I would water her flowers. On the weekends, I'd mow her lawn. I remember it was just a normal Saturday, and I had to go to Lorna's house to do her lawn. I went over there and I knocked on the door. Nobody answered. Sometimes she was in the backyard, so I decided to go there, and I saw her gardening in the back. It was just her side profile, but either way, I was sort of surprised. I'd never seen her actually gardening or getting down low like that. I didn't think she could. "Hey, Lorna, don't get carried away there or you won't need me anymore," I said jokingly, but she didn't say anything. I thought maybe she couldn't hear me, so I got closer. As I did, she turned her head to look at me. It was Lorna, but she just looked different. She wasn't smiling. She didn't look happy. Her eyes, they just sort of looked empty. For an unexplained reason, I just felt uncomfortable. So I asked her if she needed my help. She just shook her head no, turned away from me, and kept gardening. Confused, I just sort of walked home. But as I got to the sidewalk to cross the street, I heard a familiar voice. It was Lorna. She was sitting on her porch. I noticed that she wasn't wearing whatever she was just wearing before. So I asked her, "Did you change your clothes?" I remember her saying something like that was a silly question. Why would I ask that? I told her, I said, "I just saw you in the backyard." She looked really confused. I told her, "I saw someone that looked like you in the backyard." This did not help her confusion. "You don't have, like, another gardener or something, do you?" I was asking this seriously, but she laughed, telling me of course not, that I'm the only gardener that she'd ever hire. And then she asked if I was going to mow the lawn. I was super confused. Hadn't we just had this discussion? What was going on? I truly had no idea, but I just agreed, "Yeah, I'll mow your lawn." And so I did. I know it's not exactly paranormal, but it's always stuck with me as the strangest thing I've ever experienced. And it just feels like there's something more there. Something I'm missing. I don't know. What do you think? My apartment in Hawaii only had 2 elevators, and I only ever seemed to be able to catch one of them, which was the elevator on the farthest right. This incidentally was the elevator closest to the hallway my apartment was down. Good for cutting time, bad for other reasons. This elevator, without fail, constantly stopped on the 19th floor. I could be the only person in the elevator. It would stop and open on the 19th floor. I could be going up or down. It would stop on the 19th floor. No one would ever be seen on the floor either, down the halls or anything. I checked because I was pretty sure someone was fucking with me. No doors slammed in a hurry. No noise. Just the usual silence. And even when I had an elevator full of people, whether I knew them or not. It would stop on the 19th floor. One day, I was taking the elevator up after getting home from school, and lo and behold, it stops on the 19th floor. Doors open. No one there. I sit around, listening to my CD player, waiting for the doors to close and carry on my merry way. The doors remain open, as though someone were holding the doors open. I grow bored. I peek out. No one. Finally, I pull myself back in. The doors slowly shut. I watch the numbers rise up to 22. Ding. I heft my backpack higher up on my shoulders, walk out, around the L curve. I'm on the 19th floor. It's staring me in the face, taunting and confusing all in its own right. The numbers painted on the wall and doors say 19. I am fucking tripping. But the elevator rose. The numbers changed. Thinking I daydreamed all of it, I slowly shuffled back into the elevator, pressing the button to go up. The elevator crawled down from the 22nd floor, opened, ready and empty. I'm shaken, and I press 22, just wanting to go home. I feel the familiar lift as it crawls up. I see the numbers slowly rise to 22. I'm going home. With this elevator, I just want to go home and sleep. It stops on 22, and it stays there. The doors don't open, but the numbers become unlit, as though it were in disuse. I try to push the door open button, but nothing is happening. Then, the whole metal death trap shudders, heaves, and I feel like I'm starting to fall. I think for the briefest of moments, oh shit, I'm going to die in a freak elevator accident. I swear, it feels like it drops 5 floors. 5 floors of free fall. I barely have time to catch myself in a corner when it feels like brakes suddenly kick into gear and catch the cables, causing the whole car to shudder again. But there's no screeching of metal, just the walls shaking and me falling into a corner, limbs spread out to prevent injury. And as though nothing happened, the elevator begins its slow crawl, up again, up, back to 22. Lights are back on and cheery as ever, 22. Shaken, when the doors open, I rush out. The doors close behind me, and once again, the 19th floor. Needless to say, I climbed the staircase for the last 3 floors, and for about a week afterward. It was last month, I think the 10th of July. Me and my friends were in this kind of old, dank estate. It was an old building built in the 20th century. The owner of the house was a very influential man and also a judge. He died of a heart attack in one of the master bedrooms. The rent for the house was cheap, and we rented it for a week. After some Monopoly and other society games, we got bored and wandered around the house. One of our friends proposed that we watch a horror movie. We watched Evil Dead and Drag Me to Hell. After that, we got bored again. So, the next move was obviously to do something interesting, like a seance. We don't know how to do it, so we searched online, and we found something. After the seance, in which nothing happened, we went straight to the kitchen to eat some pizza. In the kitchen, above us, we heard some noises and some kind of footsteps. We went straight to one of the master bedrooms, but we didn't see anything, so we went back to the living room. We had to stay another day in the house before we left, so the next night we tried again to communicate with the departed. But again, nothing happened right then. The day that we had to leave, we saw a handprint on the TV screen. Also, one of our friends had lost his notebook and pen, while the other one, who slept in the bedroom where the footsteps were heard, had nightmares, and they couldn't rest all night, which was strange because he hadn't had any problem sleeping before sleeping in that room. But the strangest thing was when I turned around a bit to look at the house again, and I swear I saw something in one of the windows. Not an old man or something, but more like steam that somehow took the form of an entity, maybe a woman. It was a strange experience because almost everyone heard something, saw something, or experienced something. Everything was normal until we had that seance. There was a time when I was 10 years old. I walked up to my mother, and I told her I feel more connected to Satan than I do to God. Now, I don't remember saying this at all, because even at 10, I knew that Satan was the bad guy. I knew not to mess with him. At the time, my mother thought it was because of the paranormal movies I'd been watching, and that I'd gotten the idea from those. She told me I wasn't allowed to watch those kinds of movies anymore, and I got visibly upset. When I turned 14, I went to my mate's house. She wanted to watch a paranormal movie that had finally come out on DVD. When she put it on, I didn't look at the case before she played it. The movie was The Conjuring. I'd heard a lot of stuff about it, that it was the scariest movie out there at the time, so I was a bit scared to watch it. As the movie was playing, we stopped it because I 100% thought I heard someone upstairs. I didn't hear it again, so I brushed it off, thinking maybe it was her brother. Halfway through the movie, the noise persisted. I looked at her and I said, "Your brother is very noisy." She looked at me with a scared look. She told me that we were the only ones home. We paused the movie and thought we should investigate. We started walking up the stairs, and it sounded like there was someone running in her dad's study. She was too scared to open it, so I did. As I opened the door, I saw a black figure run past the door. I ran down the stairs and out the door. This was the first time my demon had ever shown itself to me in any way. When I saw it, I had a big dark feeling consume me. A feeling that if I didn't get out of that house, I was going to be hurt. I messaged my mom to come pick me up. She didn't ask any questions. She just came and took me home. When I went to bed that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Then I looked over at my door, and when I tell you I felt happy, I really felt happy. I saw my little brother who had passed. Then I saw my pop. He had big, beautiful white wings with a gorgeous white glow around him. At that moment, I thought my pop, who was buried in our garden, was an angel in heaven. I felt that my demon was also there. But my pop was standing guard so that it couldn't get in. It felt like he had a protective shield out, just around my room. All of my stress and worries were gone for the night. And I got the best sleep I'd ever gotten, at least in a long time. I woke up and I thought that he had left completely, and I got scared that my demon was coming for me now. But as soon as I felt scared and unsafe, my pop wrapped his wings around me to let me know he was still there. This was in 2014, and it's now 2021. On the 12th of May, he showed himself again because I needed him. And sometimes I still feel him. Like when I've gotten myself into shit with a bad spirit or demon, which tends to happen a lot. This happened about 10 years ago, when my children were younger and my husband worked a permanent night shift. I'd put the kids to bed and been watching TV for a few hours when I decided it was time to hit the sack. I went and checked on the kids and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash my face before bed. My bathroom was then pretty tiny. We've since moved houses, but the mirror above the sink reflected the door and the corner of the bathroom next to the door. I set about brushing my teeth and having a wash. I was finishing washing my face, and when I was toweling my face off, I looked in the mirror, and I saw a girl staring back at me. She looked to be in her teens, and she stood slouched in the corner of the bathroom, looking back at me in the mirror. She was making direct eye contact, and she wasn't smiling. Just nothing behind the eyes. No emotion. Nothing. She had long, scruffy, dirty-looking curly blonde hair, and she was wearing a long, plain, pale pink t-shirt. She had dark circles under her eyes, like she hadn't slept for a week. I spun around, and there was no one there. I looked back in the mirror, and there was nothing there. I was a bit freaked out. I ran quickly to check on my kids and decided to move them into my bed. Nothing else happened that night, and I never saw that girl again, although we did have other paranormal stuff happen during the time that we lived in that house. To this day, I still don't know if what I saw was just my eyes playing tricks on me, but here we go. When I was like 10 or so, I would usually stay up late watching cartoons in the living room. I would stop maybe around 5 or 6 in the morning. This was a regular thing. But then, weird things started happening. Now, the way the house was built made it so that you could see my parents' bedroom from the living room couch. And I'd usually be laying down on that couch. One day, I started seeing this weird figure in front of the room's wardrobe. It was really vague, but I could see some of its features. It looked like it was wearing this long white dress. It had long hair covering its face, and that face, it looked so weird. The only way I could describe it is that it looked like the faces you'd carve on pumpkins, only the eyes and mouth were much bigger and hollow. It would usually look at the room's bed, but if I stared at it for too long, it would turn to me and reveal its face. So, to avoid this, I would just ignore it and turn away. Very strange. This happened many years ago, as I was house shopping and recommended by my real estate agent to look at this new listing. The house was maybe 30 years old, ranch style, emptied, clean, and in reasonably good shape, although dated in appearance. So we're walking around, checking the bedrooms and talking about the price and condition. But I have an odd feeling of being watched by someone, especially in the bedrooms, as if someone is standing close to my face. I usually don't have those vibes. We continue into the living room and kitchen area, and the feeling continues, but more like being watched from a distance. I finally said to the agent, "I feel like someone's watching us in here. Been feeling it since we walked in." "Oh, really? As he looked around nervously. I paused for a few seconds to check my feelings. Did someone die in here? I can feel them. There's more than one. My Hispanic real estate agent now turned white as a ghost. Yeah. How did you know? It was an elderly couple and a murder-suicide. It's them. The man was in the bedroom, and the wife is watching us from the living room. I think it's best if we leave them in peace. Never had that feeling before or since. Growing up, I had the pleasure of spending a few Thanksgiving and other holidays in the small surrounding areas of Yosemite National Park. Some extended family of mine owned a cabin quaintly tucked away in deep, vast amounts of forest. There was no cable, no cell service, a house phone for emergencies, but yes, basically off the grid with the exception of heating and running water. Anyways, the lack of cable or internet was welcomed and made for some really fun game nights. Time to eat way too much food and just kick back with nature. Though the cabin was lovely and didn't harvest any negative energy, the surrounding areas were especially creepy in the night. Total darkness, total silence, except for the moonlight. Still, I enjoyed going for night walks, especially in the snow. I could be alone, listen to my iPod, and since I was very much a 17-year-old trying to smoke a cigarette without getting in trouble, night walks were perfect. Thanksgiving 2009, I was enjoying one of these night walks, sticking to the more lit-up roadway versus the wooded path, the roadway being a slightly longer path, but the wooded being now completely dark. Both paths led to the same area. It was an area attached to the property where my cousin's grandfather had built one of those wooden swing sets with a slide, a heavy-duty one. I love that thing because it wasn't one of those cheap ones made only for small kids. It sat in the middle of an open field with a single large cedar tree with a tire swing. Earlier that day, I helped my younger cousins build an igloo, which was in between the two structures, facing the tire swing, the wooded paths, and more deep woods. I decided that it may be a bit disrespectful to smoke completely inside the igloo, so I just laid on my stomach with my head poking out of the igloo entrance. I remember thinking how quiet it was, really serene. The snow, new layers untouched by anything, offering a perfect glow in the dark night. As I went to change the song on my iPod, something caught my eye from the entry of the wooded path I'd opted not to take on my way in. It was in the distance. They were in the distance. I tried to adjust my eyes and see what exactly I was looking at. I saw what had to be a shadow, but what was making the shadow? Still unsure of what I was seeing, I wiggled out of the igloo a bit and focused. It almost looked like a white sheet with sticks for legs, no visible head or eyes, and no arms that I could see. Just two legs, or sticks, or I don't know. There were two of them, one larger than the other, but identical in shape, blending in almost perfectly with the snow, all but their shadow. I remember I wasn't afraid of them. I even thought maybe they were a mother and child of some kind. But I was so unsure of what I was seeing that I couldn't bring myself to move closer to those things. As I watched, they just kept moving along their way, across the field, seemingly unaware of my presence, till they disappeared into the woods just on the other side. Over the years, my curiosity has gotten the better of me. And thanks to the internet, my description, two entities looking like white sheets with sticks for legs, I found claims of the same sightings in California at Yosemite National Park just a year after my experience in 2010. I'm pretty sure what I saw that night was a night crawler. I don't know much about them, and I don't know if anybody else does either, whether they're good or bad. I just know that I wasn't afraid of it, that I had never seen anything like it, and I don't know if I'd want to see it again.